This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours in holding with 37 minutes 20 seconds remaining in this planned built-in hold. See the final inspection team out at the launch pad, now down on the surface of the mobile launcher platform, having worked themselves down the entire length of the fixed service structure at this point. And back with us here at the console is astronaut Alan Poindexter, who will be the pilot of STS-122, also with Space Shuttle Atlantis, coming up this December. And over in the astronaut quarters right now, the crew is getting ready to receive their final weather briefing before launch. So, Dex, I thought we'd ask you, as a pilot, what is of interest to you particularly in that briefing?
George, I think we've got the audio problems fixed now. It's great to be back. The crew is getting ready to split up. About half the flight crew is going to go start donning their flight equipment. The commander, pilot, and MS2 will be receiving a weather briefing from our Cape Weather personnel here. And we're looking for launch weather, but also, more importantly for the commander and pilot, they're interested in the event of an emergency landing back here at the Cape through an RTLS or over in Spain or France, one of the TAL sites. They're looking for winds and weather and visibility information for any potential landing sites that we may have today.
And what does this tell you about, if you had a return to launch site, what this would mean for how you would land the shuttle?
Right, we would follow the same procedures that we always fly, but when you're landing any vehicle, you're interested in what the surface winds are and the winds at altitude so that you know what compensation you may have to make in the event of an emergency landing back here.
So right now, as you mentioned, the commander and pilot are in that weather briefing. Anybody else?
Right, the number 2 mission specialist, MS2, is in there as well. He's the flight engineer for launch and landing, and he's also responsible for knowing what the weather conditions may be at any potential landing site.
And then the other crew members, I guess, are in starting their suit up, and I guess do they need to wait for some of those folks to be finished suiting up before they go in, or can they go ahead and just go in and get started?
Yep, that's correct. The suit room is not a large room, and we've got enough suit techs for everybody, but it's important for everyone to get their gear on, and that's a serial process, and not everybody can be done at the same time. So it's important for the commander, pilot, and MS2 to hear their weather briefing, and then they'll go in and begin their suit-up operations 15 or 20 minutes behind their crewmates.
All right, we'll be standing by for that activity very shortly. We're now at 3 hours and holding 33 minutes 40 seconds remaining in this planned built-in hold. This is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours in holding. We're standing by now for going into the suit-up room where we'll see the STS-117 astronauts are in the final stages of their suit-up activities. And here we are in the suit-up room. Dex, can we tell who we got there?
Yeah, that's the commander. That's Rick Sturco, and the pilot, Colonel Lee Archambault, getting his boots laced up there. Lee's the pilot. He's also one of the space station robotic arm operators. That looks like Pat Forrester, the MS-1 for the flight. He'll go uphill and do the entry on the flight deck, sitting behind the pilot. Pat's a retired Army colonel. And there's Clay Anderson. Clay's MS-5 for the ascent portion of the flight, and he's gone up to the space station to replace Sonny Williams, who's coming home on this flight. Clay will come home on STS-120 in October. Looks like he's excited and ready to go, doesn't it? Clay is one of my classmates and became an astronaut with me in 1998. There's Jim Riley. Jim's EV1 for the flight. He'll take part in 2 of the spacewalks and then be the IV coordinator for the 3rd spacewalk. Jim's also a Navy reservist. And at one point, he was I think he told me he was the oldest ensign in the Navy. There's Danny Olivas. Danny, also from the 98 astronaut class, is the MS-3 for the flight. He's on 2 of the spacewalks with Jim Riley. And I know he's excited and ready to go as well. We've been waiting a long time for this.
Hooked up there, what's connected to the helmet?
Yeah, Steve is doing his final pressurization checks. This is Steve Swanson, the MS-2 for the flight, and also one of the spacewalkers. And he's doing his final pressurization checks. The suit is a pressurized suit, and we want to make sure there aren't any leaks in it. And the helmet is an integral part of that. And so they close it up and do final pressure checks. And also the communications gear works while it's pressurized.
And from the time you first walk into the suit-up room until your suit is on, how long of a process is that? How long does it take to get into it?
Well, they start the suit-up process at about, they started right at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and they'll be done within about 30 minutes or so. And then they'll spend a few minutes with the management, the astronaut management, and then they'll walk out here at about 3:45.
All right, so our next activity then will be to see the crew headed out for the launch pad. The countdown is continuing to go well. Watching a few showers offshore, but so far it looks like there's nothing of concern to the pad 39A area. What we have seen come on shore has been dissipating. We've got about just almost 17 minutes remaining in this planned built-in hold at T-minus 3 hours. The final inspection team is also wrapping up their activity, so we're approaching another milestone here on the countdown when we pick up in about another quarter of an hour. At T-minus 3 hours in holding, this is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. We have 8 minutes 30 seconds remaining in this planned hold. The next major activity will be the astronauts leaving the crew quarters for launch pad 39A. An activity will be occurring in about another 15 minutes. They're finishing up their suit-up activities. Meanwhile, at the pad, the final inspection team is now on the surface. They're packing their gear into the vans that brought them out there, and they'll be leaving the pad shortly. Once they get back, the chairman of the final inspection team, Tom Ford, will be delivering his report to Launch Director Mike Leinbach and the mission management team. And we did not hear anything particularly unusual during the inspection team, but I'm sure the tank will be a topic of some discussion, but it appears to have pretty much been as any other tank would be at this stage of the countdown. After Atlantis lifts off, the roll and pitch program will begin about 10 seconds after liftoff. The space shuttle will go through the region of maximum dynamic pressure at 43 seconds into the flight, and then the solid rocket booster separation will occur 2 minutes 5 seconds after launch. The orbital maneuvering system engines then begin to fire at T plus 215 for about 2 minutes and 50 seconds to provide additional thrust. The shuttle will roll back to a heads-up position at 5 minutes 47 seconds into flight, and then the last major activity is main engine cutoff, which occurs 8 minutes 30 seconds after launch. 20 seconds after that happens, the external tank will be jettisoned. At that time, Atlantis will be in an elliptical orbit of 137 statute miles by 36 statute miles. Then 45 minutes after launch, there will be a 2-minute burn of the orbital maneuvering system once again to raise the perigee, or the low point of the orbit, creating a more circular orbit of 140 by 98 statute miles. Atlantis's orbit will then gradually be raised and further circularized to rendezvous with the International Space Station, which will be at an altitude of 218 miles. The primary overseas landing site is Zaragoza, Spain, with Istres, France serving as the backup site today. The primary abort once around location is the shuttle landing facility at the Kennedy Space Center, with the backup AOA site being White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. The primary end of mission site is the shuttle landing facility here at the Kennedy Space Center, and the alternate landing site is the Dryden Flight Research Facility at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Just received word from Steve Payne, the NASA test director, that the countdown clock will resume as planned in about 5 minutes and 15 seconds at the T-minus 3 hour mark, continuing to count backwards toward our launch still targeted for 7:08 p.m. this evening. Correction, yes, 7:38 on our launch this evening. And it's an 11-minute launch window. We're launching at 7:38, just about in the middle of that window. Dex, when you're flying on the shuttle, tell me about two sensations. One is when you rotate over on your back and then back to heads up. Is there a real sensation there that you can detect?
And the vehicle is constantly accelerating through MECO, up until MECO. So the acceleration vector you feel is always through your chest. So that rolling sensation is just like it would be in an airplane. The main forces you're feeling are you being pushed into your chair.
So that takes us then to MECO. What does MECO feel like?
At MECO, I hope to find out real soon here in December. But at MECO, you go from about 3 Gs, 3 times the force of gravity, pushing you into your seat, to 0. And so at MECO, the engines shut off, and you're floating at that point. course, you're still strapped into your chair, but as soon as you come out, unstrap, you can float away from your chair.
So back at the crew quarters, the astronauts at this point would be, what, just finishing up the last details of suit up?
Yeah, that's correct, George. In just a few moments here, within 8 or 10 minutes, we should see them walk out of the crew quarters and get into the Astrovan to head out to the pad. They're finished up their final checks. They're saying goodbye to the crew quarters personnel and the astronaut management personnel, and then they'll be headed out here in just a few moments.
And NASA Test Director Steve Payne has just been advised that there will be no COLAs today, no collision avoidance quotients that we would have to deal with during launch today. And once we get into the final built-in hole, we'll be getting a final position of the International Space Station and fine-tuning our launch time should we need to do that. At T-minus 3 hours in holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control, T-minus 3 hours in holding, preparing to come out of that hold in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and T-minus 3 hours and counting. We can see the final inspection team now leaving the pad in their vans. Next activity is the walkout of the astronauts from the crew quarters, which should occur in about 5 minutes. This is shuttle launch control, T-minus 2 hours, 55 minutes, 9 seconds and counting. We see our STS-117 flight crew is now leaving the suit-up room. Tex, what are they thinking right now?
They're just real excited. They're ready to go. They're ready to get strapped into the vehicle, and they're concentrating on the mission. As you can see, you get the flight crew and the chief astronaut, Steve Lindsay, and one of the insertion techs and management personnel are on the elevator with them, and they'll take that down to the first floor and head out in just a few minutes.
And when they get down to the bottom here, there is usually a pretty good contingent of Kennedy Space Center employees ready to greet them, and the astronaut transfer van is right by the door there.
Lots of KSC employees, the Astro van, and a lot of press photographers are out. Get a shot of them coming out here, and I'm sure they're quite excited and ready to go. There's an overhead shot of the cul-de-sac with the Astro van and the press photographers. And here comes the crew. Rick Sturco and Lee Archambault leading the crew out. And there's Steve Swanson and Pat Forrester. And in the back row, Danny Olivas and Jim Riley, and there's Clay Anderson. Those suits are quite warm, and inside of the Astro van is nice and air conditioned, and they've got some liquid cooling lines that they can hook up to and stay cool inside the suits until they get out to the pad. There's astronaut Jerry Ross and Steve Lindsay, and Mike Bloomfield, our Deputy Flight Crew Operations Director, is going to join them on the Astro van there. George, they'll head out to the pad. It's about a 30-minute drive. They'll stop and let some of the management personnel off here at the Launch Control Center, and then continue out to the pad surface. The total transit time about 30 minutes.
Are they hooked up to any cooling apparatus while they're in the Astro van, or is it just the air conditioning in the van?
They are. They've got liquid cooling apparatus to hook up into their suit. Underneath the orange suit, the launch and entry suit, is a liquid cooling garment that has liquid lines running through it to cool the skin surface. It's about the only way you can reject heat since it's a sealed suit. Perspiration doesn't work so well, so we need the liquid cooling lines, the liquid cooling garment to keep us cool.
As the crew's going along out there, what's transpiring? Are they talking, or what's the atmosphere like? You know, what's it like in the van while they're going?
The Astro van is just like you saw there, just a small recreational vehicle with a few seats, and I'm sure they're just chatting away and talking about the flight and upcoming, and mainly I think just excitement and real joy that they're finally on their way here after several years of training.
Well, we'll be following the Astro van out toward the pad. We have some pretty good camera views. Since this is daytime, we can see it better than we can when it's a nighttime launch. And Mike Leinbach, the launch director, has been advised that that one item we were concerned about, that bracket that appeared to be loose on one side of the mobile launcher platform, is actually very securely in place, and the final inspection team was able to take a look at it, take pictures of it, so it appears that that's faded as an area of interest. Well, they're still cooperating. Most of the showers now down to the south of Cape Canaveral, which is pretty much what was forecast to occur as the afternoon progressed. Right, they've stopped here. What's occurring here? We see this frequently.
Right here, George, astronaut Steve Lindsay, our chief astronaut, is getting out of the Astro van and hopping into a car and heading over to the shuttle landing facility where he'll go out and fly a weather reconnaissance flight in a T-38 training airplane. And then later in the launch count, he'll take off in one of the Gulfstream 2 shuttle training airplanes and evaluate landing weather and any launch weather that weather experts would like him to look at. It looks like they've made the turn and headed out to the pad, George. In a few minutes, they'll stop again and let some of the management personnel out, head over here to the firing room. And they've stopped again. Mike Bloomfield and Jerry Russell exit at this point. Mike will come on up here to the firing room and take his seat in the mission management team. And Jerry Russell will be joining some of the other astronaut families here in the Launch Control Center.
And so now who besides the astronauts remains on the transfer van?
The astronaut crew, one of the closeout crew members, one of our insertion technicians, number 7, and some security personnel are all that's left. I guess, George, this is the first time that a crew's been headed to Pad A in quite some time, isn't it?
Oh, it's been, I think, maybe 4 years. And I think that's probably the launch pad of preference through the end of the shuttle program. I think there's still maybe 1 or 2 from Pad 39B, but Pad A is where the action will be. So you'll be doing this for the terminal countdown demonstration test for your flight in December. About how far before launch will that be happening?
I think we're scheduled for mid-November, just before Thanksgiving. We'll be down here for our TCDT. We're really looking forward to it. We're on Atlantis, like you said, and we're looking forward to getting a good, successful mission off here and getting the vehicle back here at Kennedy and process for another great launch in December.
Right, you'll be glad to see it go up, but you'll be glad to see it come home.
You bet. But today we're real excited about STS-117, and it's a really important mission, and it's critical in the string of ISS assembly missions that we get these guys off and get the S3, S4 truss segment on the station and get Clay Anderson up and bring Sonny Williams home. So this is a great flight, and we're all looking forward to a successful mission.
And this really is laying the foundation, I guess, for what's going up on your mission to some extent, is it not?
It is. The segment that we're taking, that Rick and his crew are taking up, is critical for power for the 2 labs that are going up later this year and early next year, the European lab Columbus and the Kaibo Japanese module. And both of those laboratories require increased power capacity. And so getting this element on board will really help in that. Oh, they've made the final turn there, George, and now through the windshield of the Astrovan, they can see Atlantis on the pad. We were out last night looking at the night viewing when the RSS rolled back and the xenons came on, and it was just a beautiful sight.
Yes, the xenons are certainly special because everyone in the surrounding area, Titusville, Cocoa Beach, when the xenons come on, you can see the shuttle pad for miles when they light up with the fingers of light that go up into the air. Everybody, last night I noticed after I got home, people were pointing at it.
It's a majestic sight, to be sure, and quite exciting to be a part of this whole operation. They're just about to arrive at the pad surface, and there are 7 personnel up in the white room and in the vehicle right now, getting ready for their arrival. The closeout crew has been out at the pad since shortly after tanking, and their job is to ensure that the crew is safely strapped into the vehicle with all their equipment, and that the hatch is properly closed, and the final checks are complete at the pad, and they'll be the last non-flight crew personnel to leave the pad here after strap-in. There's a good shot of the Astrovan making their final turn toward the pad surface, and you can see Atlantis with the external tank and the solid rocket boosters sticking above the rotating surface structure. I think the crew probably has an opportunity here after they exit the vehicle to take just a moment to look up at Atlantis, and then they'll be busy getting into the elevators and getting busy at the task at hand, and that's finishing up their suit-up activities and getting strapped into the vehicle.
Now, who's actually on board Atlantis right now?
Right now, astronaut Mike Good, he's a colonel in the United States Air Force, is on board. He's the number 2 man on the closeout crew, and he and one of the insertion techs, George Brittingham, number 3, have been on board since shortly after tanking, and they've been in finishing up the final configuration checks and making sure that the seats are adjusted properly and that all the equipment is on board that needs to go, and that the equipment that's not supposed to go flying is pulled out of the vehicle. Looks like they headed straight over to the elevator, and should be going up to the 195 level here real soon.
So now, they can't all fit in the white room at the same time, so how do they work that kind of staggered process in?
Right, the commander and one of the mid-deck mission specialists will be the first ones to ingress the vehicle. So they'll enter the white room right away and get their harness on and get their final checks, and then get into the vehicle right away through the hatch. The other crew members will be either in the white room staged and getting ready for ingress, or out on the fixed support structure on the 195 level with some cooling apparatus attached to their suit to keep them comfortable, and they'll be waiting on their chance to get their harness on.
You may not know the answer to this, but do you know what temperature range they like to keep the crew cabin at?
We keep it as cold as we can get it. We cold soak the crew module by minimizing lighting and by blowing cool air in there from about the time tanking starts until the crew arrives. So it's nice and cool and comfortable when they get in there. Again, the suits are pretty warm, and on a warm summer day like this, you want to keep it as cool as possible. Once the crew is loaded in and they're on their cooling units, again, we have liquid cooling units attached to each seat. And once they get hooked up cooling, it's a little bit of relief. But we like to keep the atmosphere as cool as we can. Looks like they're out of the elevator now on the 195 level, and you can see some of the closeout crew personnel there greeting them. They're getting ready to head down the orbiter access arm. You'll see 7 personnel in white coveralls, and those are the closeout crew personnel, and they each have a number on their back signifying what their job is. Number 7 there is Mike Thompson. He's one of the insertion technicians. He's from southeastern Texas and has been on the closeout crew for about 5 years now. He's a Navy P-3 air crewman, a reservist. He's been doing that job for about 13 years. I think you see Jim Riley talking on the phone there.
Well, he's probably one of the few people talking, because here in the firing room right now, boy, there's very little chatter on the communications channels, which means things are going quite well.
That's great. And it looks like the weather is going to cooperate as well. So we're really looking forward to it. But looks like Jim's pretty happy and probably calling a family member on the phone there. Looks like Clay Anderson and Pat Forrester are standing by on the 195 level and ready to go down the OAA there. Standing next to them, number 5 on the closeout crew is Don Eitel. This is Don's first launch on the closeout crew. He's been at KSC for quite some time as well. He's been here for about 20 years, and he's talked to him this morning, and he's really looking forward to this launch as well.
Does the crew prefer to eat fairly lightly on launch day? Is that make them more comfortable, or does it make any difference?
I think you eat a normal meal, and then you have a sandwich packed as well for a post-MECO meal before you get the galley activated. So I think most of the flight crew like to eat normally, and it's really important to stay hydrated as well. I think we see Rick Sturko, the commander, headed down the orbiter access arm into the white room. He'll get his harness on and get his final checks done, and then ingress the vehicle through the hatch. There's a view from the white room, George, with Rick getting his harness on. CJ's a Marine colonel, and this is his 3rd flight. And I can tell you, he's a great guy to work for. He was I worked for him for a number of years down here at Kennedy, and he's a great leader, and we're looking forward to having him lead this flight. Helping him suit up are a couple other closeout crew members. Number 6 there, Greg Lonning, who's been on the closeout crew for a number of years. Greg's retiring this year after a 36-year civil service career. So this is his last launch as a closeout crew member. He's bittersweet.
And those are light sticks he's putting in there?
They are. They're light sticks that are put in clear pockets on the suit for any search and rescue that should that be required. Helps with visibility.
How soon after you're in space do the suits come off?
The sequence of getting out of the suit is a staggered process that starts pretty much right after MECO. There's one or two mid-deck personnel that are designated as the people that are responsible for getting everybody else out of their suits, and they'll get their own suits off and then start working on everybody else in sequence. And within about the first hour or so, everybody's out of their suit.
And I gather there's no real shoe attire required after you get out of your flight suit, is there?
No, there's not. We wear a flight boot with the ascent entry suit, and then once you get those boots off, then it's usually up to the crew member whether they want to wear socks or some slipper type shoes that we've got. But most of the time, I think it's stocking feet. Looks like Rick's just about ready to get into the vehicle there. The silver-haired gentleman here in the front of the camera view, number one, is Chris Minert. He is the OVCC, or Closeout Crew Leader. He's been doing this for a number of years, and 26 years, I think, at Kennedy Space Center, and probably just over 17 on the closeout crew. So these gentlemen are devoted and real hard workers, and they're out there and they're the final guys to see the crew ingress the vehicle and get the hatch closed up safely. Rick's got his communications cap assembly on now, and that's the device that has all the comm gear on it below the helmet. He'll wear that until the helmet's installed after he's in his seat. So Jim Riley's in the closeout in the white room now as well, in the foreground there, and Jim will be starting the same process that Rick is just finishing. Looks like the commander's entered the crew module now. And he'll be joined on the flight deck by astronaut Mike Good, who's seen in this picture. This view is provided by a camera that's installed by the astronaut support personnel there, and it's kept in the crew module just before hatch closure. So Mike's going to help CJ into his seat. So this view is in the commander's side window, George, looking across the flight deck, and here we see CJ laying on his back. he's looking forward through the forward windows. Mike is standing on the aft windows. We have some hard platforms that we put in place on those windows so that it can support his weight while he's helping the crew get strapped in and finishing the final checks. You can see that he's got a headset on and he can communicate with the crew, but also with personnel here in the firing room, the NTD and the orbiter test conductor, for any switches that need to be moved after the crew gets strapped in.
Are there plates, some kind of flooring between the flight deck and the mid deck that have to come out before launch as well?
There's a number of items, platforms, lights, communications gear that's installed for the ingress operation that have to be removed before the hatch is closed. And the closeout crew personnel in the white room have a very detailed list of those items and make sure we get all of them out of the vehicle so that nothing goes into space that's not supposed to. Also assisting the commander to get strapped in there is George Brittingham. He's a retired Air Force suit tech and has been doing this job since about '98. George is real experienced, and I've worked with him on a number of launches. And his job is to make sure that the astronauts are safely strapped in and they've got all the right equipment, that everything's hooked up properly. And as you can see, these suits are somewhat bulky, and it's a very difficult job to do this on your own down here in 1G.
CGNC OTC on air to ground 1.
Got Jim Riley there in the white room, and he's putting on his communications cap.
That's firm, and I completed it, and it's step 575 is complete. All right, I'll take
You said the next
CSN ISL.
astronaut on after the pilot will be somebody going on to the mid deck?
That's right. Here's Jim Riley. He'll be going in next, and we'll stagger it, flight deck, mid deck, until we're complete with the ingress. So Jim will be taking his seat on the mid deck here in just a moment.
So they don't fill the flight deck first and then go down and do the mid deck.
That's right. As you can see, that the flight deck's is somewhat full with people, and until the commander gets strapped in, we just don't have room to get the pilot loaded. So the pilot will be coming in next. I think that's probably a picture of Lee there in the foreground, and he should be getting his final suit up done here, and he'll be ready to go in. George, we got a view here from a mid-deck camera that's attached to the mid-deck wall over on the starboard or the right side of the vehicle, and you're looking toward the hatch here. So Jim's entering the vehicle, and he's walking along a piece of fabric that we stretch out, call it the trampoline, and it allows you to walk across the mid-deck there without stepping on any bags or any other gear. So now Jim's taking his seat, and Mike Thompson will help him get strapped in as well. You can see across the mid-deck, just above Jim, is the galley. There are some lockers that are toward his feet, and then you have these ingress aid straps that are hanging down that'll help a crew member adjust his position and get into the seat.
Is the mid deck during the mission, is that pretty much, is that the family area? In other words, the flight deck is always all business and the mid deck is eat R&R?
I guess you could put it that way, George. Most of the time, just after launch, the mid deck seats are broken down and they're stowed, and there's a lot of other operations that happen. There's a lot of stowage on the mid deck, especially on these station flights. We'll carry a lot of gear to and from the station. So it's pretty packed down there, and there's not a lot of room to move around. The galley is down there, and the sleeping quarters, most of the crew will end up sleeping down on the mid-deck. There's Lee Archambault. He's a Air Force colonel, and he was in my class and came here in 1998. This is Lee's first flight. He'll be taking his seat in the right side of the flight deck. And he's responsible for most of the orbiter systems, ascent and entry, as well as, I think I'd said earlier, he's going to be operating the space station robotic arm for the S3, S4 attachment onto the truss segment there.
And the actual rendezvous with the space station, is the commander doing that?
Right. CJ will be flying the rendezvous manual phase from the aft flight deck, while Lee will be up in the forward part of the vehicle in the commander's seat, helping that process. Lee will also be flying the undock, and if there's a fly around operation, then Lee will be flying that from the aft cockpit. There it looks like Rick has got his helmet on, and they're adjusting his microphone, so we ought to be able to hear him come up here in just a few moments for his communications checks.
And OVCC OTC.
Good.
Missed the next time for
Mr. Riley?
One in, yes.
It was 1619.
1619, okay.
Looks like Danny Olivas is in the white room there, getting his harness on.
OTC DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
Step 599 is complete. Our GMT and MET adjustments are complete and ready for IMU platform positioning.
Copy, step 599. NC. And GMT copies, and we'll be doing step 600 per the clock. Okay, and can you verify 595 through COC or TC?
This is seriously go.
Can you verify step 595 through 598?
Number one. Negative. We were waiting on step 579. That'll be occurring in.
It looks like George Brittingham is doing his final checks there with Lee Archambault, the pilot, before Lee gets inside. Lee knows this process quite well. He worked as an astronaut support person for a number of years and worked several flights. So he's quite familiar with it, as did CJ.
Go ahead, GLS.
Yes, ma'am. I have some steps to buy off with you starting on page 1055.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I can give you steps 544 through 551. Completed implementation of SAP 92.
Copy.
OTC CDR com check.
Copy, com check. Loud and clear, CDR. Good evening.
Got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Teresa.
I think we just heard the
OTC
commander do a comm check with the OTC, and he'll be doing one here with the NTD here in just a few moments.
579 through 581 are complete, and I can give you 582.
Copy.
NTD CDR com check.
And CDR, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good morning, Rick. Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Steve. I got you loud and clear also.
And CJ's got one more comm check here with Houston, the Capcom, Tony Antonelli back in station there.
Houston CDR com check.
CDR, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, CJ.
Got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Tony.
So CJ's complete with his comm checks, and he'll lift his visor up here and get ready for Lee to come aboard and get strapped in.
So we've got two on board right now, I guess.
We do. We've got CJ on the flight deck and Jim Riley on the mid deck.
Looks like most of the weather is still setting up to our south, so that's pretty much going according to forecast. So I think we're continuing not to be too concerned about our weather forecast at the moment.
That's great news. We need a good weather day.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead, OVCC.
And George, this view is another camera that on the flight deck. It's been moved over to the pilot side now, and we can see Lee Archambault getting into his seat. He's standing up on the MS2 seat right now, and he'll use some handholds up forward to help him get into position, and then Mike Good will make sure he's in the right position as he enters the seat. It's a little tricky getting in without bumping any switches. Again, with that bulky suit on and fairly small quarters, you want to make sure that you don't bump anything. Lee's up and over the hump there and put his feet down in the footwell. And
OTC, CBSA.
Go ahead. OTC, go ahead.
OTC, CBSA reports not performed on step 618.
I copy, not performed.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead, OVCC.
MS3 time is 1632.
And back in the mid-deck, Danny Olivas is in now, MS3, and he's climbing into his seat.
Copy.
Four on board and 3 to go, George.
GLS, OTC.
GLS.
Okay, we'll give you
And back in the white room,
1 per clock.
MS1 Pat Forrester is next to go in on the flight deck. So he's about fully suited up, and he's on a, I don't know if you can see the umbilical that's attached to him or not. That's just some air that's blowing inside the suit to try to keep him cool until he can get on some liquid cooling when he gets into his seat.
CGSS, OTC.
OTC, you call CTSS?
And Bruce getting strapped in there in the pilot seat.
When you're ready.
Copy that, and work.
You can see some of the red equipment that's on board, that's non-flight equipment that'll be removed just before everybody leaves the vehicle. That red cover there adjacent to his knees is a cover over the hand controller unit that we don't want to bump as we're climbing in and out. That'll be removed. And the rotational hand controller there is used to fly the vehicle if necessary. Bruce's job going uphill is to monitor the main engines, the electrical systems, the orbital maneuvering system, and the reaction control systems. And then CJ will be monitoring the trajectory and the guidance and the navigation, but also keeping a close eye on environmental control systems and the computers on board. And they'll be getting a lot of help from Houston monitoring those systems as well. Most of the pilot and commander's job on ascent is monitoring systems and making sure that the vehicle is going where it's supposed to. The autopilot flies the whole ascent profile. The commander can take over and fly after about 90 seconds, but that would be the only in the event of an off-nominal case. So nominally, the vehicle flies itself uphill. There comes Bruce's helmet. That helmet is an integral part of the pressure suit. And you can see there George is locking it down into position. And then they'll put a headrest in position so that his head is resting comfortably, and then hook up his communications gear there and finish that up with some more of the connections, and then you'll get his gloves on, and his communications will commence in a few moments.
And the crew talks among themselves. How? There's an internal intercom of some kind?
There are a number of different ways to do that. We do have two internal intercom loops. And the flight deck crew members are on a voice-operated system, and the mid-deck crew members are on a push-to-talk system. There's Clay Anderson in the white room, looking really happy. Clay's going to space for a number of months. He won't return until October. He's going to get to the space station and take Sonny's place, and then he's got a spacewalk in mid-July that I'm sure he's looking forward to. Clay was just recently added to this flight when we changed the manifest around a little bit. It was decided that Sonny should come back on this flight rather than wait until August. And so Clay moved off of STS-118 and on to STS-117. And he'll launch today, and they'll rendezvous, and he'll join the station crew as an increment crew member just about as soon as they dock.
Have the crew got a pretty good idea of how long they feel comfortable being up on the station, or is the rotation pretty much dictated by the on-orbit requirements, or how does that work?
The rotation schedule is dictated by vehicle availability for rotating them, but also a number of other factors. We want to have crew members that are trained for specific tasks on orbit at specific times, and we don't want to keep anybody on orbit longer than about 6 or 7 months. So the rotation is a bit tricky. As you know,
We'll give you step 622.
the shuttle launch schedule is entirely dependent on technical issues, and so if we come up against a technical issue and we need to move the manifest around a little bit, like we did in when we had the hailstorm in March, we had to make some adjustments to that rotation schedule. So Sonny's going to come home here in June when she was originally planned to, and Clay will get to launch just a little bit early. Clay's laying back to make sure that his straps are comfortable. He'll be laying in his seat. You do a final comfort check there and come on back up. It looks like Brew is getting ready for his comm checks with the OTC and NTD. We'll listen in here and see if he gets that done.
OTC CGLS 212.
OGLS.
Yes, ma'am. On page 1071, I'd like to give you step 602.
Copy.
Step dual interrupt notification will be activated momentarily and may cause re-annunciation of error messages at systems consoles for interrupt monitored parameters currently out of TLS limits.
OTC copies.
Brew's giving Mike a thumbs up there, and sounds like he's ready to go here.
OTC, PLT, com check.
Copy, com check, loud and clear. Good evening, Brew.
Good afternoon, Teresa. NTD, PLT, com check.
And PLT, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Boo.
Loud and clear also. Good afternoon, Steve. Houston, PLT, com check.
PLT, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, bro.
Got you loud and clear also, Tony. Good afternoon.
Sounds like 3 good comm checks by Brew there. You can see a good shot there of Mike Good, the number 2 closeout crew personnel. Mike's a mission specialist. He's assigned to fly on the Hubble repair flight, STS-125, late in 2007 or early in 08. Mike's going to do at least 2 of the spacewalks on that flight, so he's really looking forward to it.
Is he already in training for that, or not quite yet?
He is. In fact, I talked to Mike this morning. He was back in Houston earlier this week in the NBL practicing for one of the spacewalks.
PLT ingress is complete. Request to go for post-ingress switch reconfig per the ASP checklist.
You have a go, sir, for that this time.
And we heard Mike asking
Copy and work.
asking the orbiter test conductor for permission to reposition some of the switches that are done after the commander and pilot are ingressed into their seats. Those switches are switches that the commander and pilot can't necessarily reach from their seats because they're strapped in, and we don't want to move them before they're strapped in, so they get done afterwards.
Okay, just heads up here. They're going to be looking for step 590 here shortly. Just a heads up for you.
Thank you very much.
I gathered you can't touch a switch of any kind on the orbiter without them being able to see in the firing room here that they've touched it.
That's pretty much the way it is. There's very, very few that are not monitored, and those are probably not critical switches. But yeah, the between Houston and the firing room here at KSC, just about all the systems are monitored, and you'd be able to tell if a switch got bumped or a circuit breaker was opened.
OTC post-ingress switch reconfig is complete, and we're going to move right into the caution and warning volume adjust. The alarm volume will now be adjusted using parameter 99.
Copy. ISL?
ISL copies.
That call by Mike Good was to let folks know in the firing room here that they're going to trip the master alarm in the crew module, just so that the pilot and commander can make sure that they can hear those alarms, and if not, we can adjust the volumes. But yeah, just a precaution that to somebody here in the firing room that the master alarm is going off and that it's just a test.
OTC, so I say.
Go ahead, too.
I can give you 595 through 598.
Copy.
OTCF, the caution warning volume adjust is complete.
Copy. ISL 594.
Copy that.
OTC, CGNC? GNC. Verify step 622. Copy. CGSS OTC.
The CGSS?
You verify 611 at this time?
$611. 1 second. My apologies, I verified 611.
Thank you.
George, this is another flight deck view that we've got. Mike's moved the camera now to the forward glare shield, so we're looking aft now on the flight deck toward the aft windows that Mike's going to stand on there. So for orientation purposes, that's where we are, and you can see Pat Forrester there climbing through the interdeck access across the MS2 seat, and he'll take his place behind Brew in the MS1 seat. So this is a real good view of the flight deck with CJ on the right, Brew on the left, and then Pat there below Brew in the MS1 seat. He's being strapped in by number 3 there, George Birdingham. And meanwhile, Mike Good will head to the middeck and do the communications checks with the middeck personnel.
6:35 will give you for the clock. Copy. CSCP OTC. CSCP OTC.
FCP.
We'll give you 6:36 for the clock. We'll get a QC on 153 with you.
Copy.
QC, copy that?
QC copy 153.
OTC, NS3, com check.
Copy, com check, loud and clear. Good evening.
Got you loud and clear. Good evening, Teresa. NTD, MS3, com check.
MS3, this is MTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Danny.
Got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Steve. Houston, MS3, com check.
MS3, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Daniel.
Got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Tony.
George, sounds like Danny Olivas, MS3, just finished his comm checks with OTC, NTD, and back in Houston. Sounded like everybody heard him loud and clear, so his comm gear is working properly. And one of the things about these pressure suits, they can get a little bit uncomfortable laying in them and get wrinkles in them and create some spots that you'd like to get out. So you'll see here occasionally the crew members will inflate the suit and fill it with air, help them get any wrinkles out, readjust in their seat, and then release that pressure.
Copy, com check. I have you loud and clear. Good evening.
There's Clay Anderson entering, and he's taking his seat between Jim and Danny. And Jim's doing his communications checks now.
NTD, MS4, com check.
And MS4, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, JR.
Good afternoon, Steve. Got you loud and clear. Houston, MS4, com check.
MS4, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, JR.
Good afternoon, Tony. Got you loud and clear as well.
It looks like Mike Good is down on the middeck now with Mike Thompson helping the crew get strapped in. They're working on Clay right now. Again, the seats that they're in, George, are removable seats. And after MECO and in a post-insertion timeline, those seats will be broken down and stowed in various positions around the middeck and allow that that floor space, that volume to be used for other activities.
So does that include the seats on the flight deck as well? All the seats come out?
The two aft seats on the flight deck are removable. The commander and pilot seats are permanent, but those two aft seats that we see in this view, those will be removed and stowed as well. So that volume of that floor space will be available for flying from the aft flight deck and operating the robotic arm and any other activities, photography that we do from back there. You can see they're placing the parachute into the MS2 seat, getting ready for Steve to come on board.
And this is the flight engineer's position, is that right? The one that's right there in the center.
Back in the white room, Steve Swanson there. Swanee's getting his final checks. George has come out of the vehicle and is going through.
MS1, com check.
Copy, com check. I have you loud and clear. Good evening.
And good evening, Teresa. I got you loud and clear also.
And there's Steve Swanson entering. He's the last crew member to enter today, so we've got all 7 on board.
NTD, MS1, contract.
And MS1, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Pat.
And I've got you loud and clear also, Steve. Thanks.
OTC, OVCC.
Go, OVCC.
MS2 is board at 1658.
Houston, MS1, contract.
MS1, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Pat.
And I've got you loud and clear also, Tony. Good afternoon.
And there's final communications checks by Pat Forrester, our MS1. And Swanee's now in the MS2 seat. And you can see the camera looking down at him right now.
Verified. Copy.
Steve is the MS2 or flight engineer, and he'll be assisting CJ and Brew with the nominal procedures going during the ascent and also on entry. And he's responsible for keeping track of all the nominal timeline operations and the checklists and making sure that everything's followed. Steve was hired in about 1987 to work on the shuttle training airplane and flew those for a number of years before he became an astronaut in '98. So he's quite experienced flight engineer. He flew for many years on the shuttle training airplane.
For launch and landing, can you be specific about some of the things that the flight engineer does sitting in that center seat?
Sure, he's following along the checklist and making sure that all the steps are completed. He's helping the commander and the pilot monitor the systems for their nominal operations. And in the event of an off-nominal condition, he would assist those crew members, commander and pilot, with the emergency procedures that had to be followed to take care of that procedure. In fairly small quarters, you want to make sure that you don't bump anything. Lee's up and over the hump there and put his feet down in the footwell. And
OTC, CBSA.
Go ahead. This OTC, go ahead.
OTC, CBSA reports not performed on step 618.
I copy, not performed.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead, OVCC.
MS3 time is 1632.
And back in the middeck, Danny Olivas is in now, MS3, and he's climbing into his seat.
Copy.
Four on board and 3 to go, George.
GLS OTC.
GLS.
Okay, we'll give you
And back in the white room,
1 per clock.
MS1 Pat Forrester is next to go in on the flight deck. So he's about fully suited up, and he's on a, I don't know if you can see the umbilical that's attached to him or not. That's That's just some air that's blowing inside the suit to try to keep him cool until he can get on some liquid cooling when he gets into his seat.
CGSS OTC.
OTC, you call CTSS?
And Bruce getting strapped in there in the pilot seat.
When you're ready.
Copy that, and work.
You can see some of the red equipment that's on board, that's non-flight equipment that'll be removed just before everybody leaves the vehicle. That red cover there adjacent to his knees is a cover over the hand controller unit that we don't want to bump as we're climbing in and out. That'll be removed. And a rotational hand controller there is used to fly the vehicle if necessary. Bruce's job going uphill is to monitor the main engines, the electrical systems, the orbital maneuvering system, and the reaction control systems. And then CJ will be monitoring the trajectory and the guidance and the navigation, but also keeping a close eye on environmental control systems and the computers on board. And they'll be getting a lot of help from Houston, monitoring those systems as well. Most of the pilot and commander's job on Ascent is monitoring systems and making sure that the vehicle is going where it's supposed to. The autopilot flies the whole Ascent profile. The commander can take over and fly after about 90 seconds, but that would be the only in the event of an off-nominal case. So nominally, the vehicle flies itself uphill. There comes Bruce's helmet. That helmet is an integral part of the pressure suit. And you can see there George is locking it down into position. And then they'll put a headrest into position so that his head is resting comfortably, and then hook up his communications gear there and finish that up with some more of the connections, and then you'll get his gloves on, and his communications checks will commence in a few moments.
And the crew talks among themselves how? There's an internal intercom of some kind?
There are a number of different ways to do that. We do have two internal intercom loops. And the flight deck crew members are on a voice-operated system, and the mid-deck crew members are on a push-to-talk system. There's Clay Anderson in the white room, looking really happy. Clay's going to space for a number of months. He won't return until October. He's going to get to the space station and take Sonny's place, and then he's got a spacewalk in mid-July that I'm sure he's looking forward to. Clay was just recently added to this flight when we changed the manifest around a little bit. It was decided that Sonny should come back on this flight rather than wait until August. And so Clay moved off of STS-118 and on to STS-117. And he'll launch today, and they'll rendezvous, and he'll join the station crew as an increment crew member just about as soon as they dock.
Have the crew got a pretty good idea of how long they feel comfortable being up on the station, or is the rotation pretty much dictated by the on-orbit requirements, or how does that work?
The rotation schedule is dictated by vehicle availability for for rotating them, but also a number of other factors. We want to have crew members that are trained for specific tasks on orbit at specific times, and we don't want to keep anybody on orbit longer than about 6 or 7 months. So the rotation is a bit tricky. As you know,
we'll give you step 622.
the shuttle launch schedule is entirely dependent on technical issues, and so if we come up against a technical issue and we need to move the manifest around a little bit, like we did in when we had the hailstorm in March, we had to make some adjustments to that rotation schedule. So Sunny's going to come home here in June when she was originally planned to, and Clay will get to launch just a little bit early. Clay's laying back to make sure that his straps are comfortable. He'll be laying in his seat. You do a final comfort check there and come on back up. It looks like Brew is getting ready for his comm checks with the OTC and NTD. We'll listen in here and see if he gets that done.
OTC CGLS 212.
OGLS.
Yes, ma'am. On page 1071, I'd like to give you step 602.
Copy.
Step dual interrupt notification will be activated momentarily and may cause re-annunciation of error messages at systems consoles for interrupt monitored parameters currently out of TLS limits.
OTC copies.
Brew's giving Mike a thumbs up there, and sounds like he's ready to go here.
OTC, PLT, com check.
Copy, com check, loud and clear. Good evening, Brew.
Good afternoon, Teresa. NTD, PLT, com check.
And PLT, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Brew.
Loud and clear also. Good afternoon, Steve. Houston, PLT, com check.
PLT, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Brew.
Got you loud and clear also, Tony. Good afternoon.
Sounds like 3 good comm checks by Brew there. You can see a good shot there of Mike Good, the number 2 closeout crew personnel. Mike's a mission specialist. He's assigned to fly on the Hubble repair flight, STS-125, late in 2007 or early in 08. Mike's going to do at least 2 of the spacewalks on that flight, so he's really looking forward to it.
Is he already in training for that, or not quite
he
yet?
is. He is. In fact, I talked to Mike this morning. He was back in Houston earlier this week in the NVL practicing for one of the spacewalks.
PLT ingress is complete. Request to go for post ingress switch reconfig per the ASP checklist.
You have a go, sir, for that this time.
And we heard Mike asking
Copy and work.
asking the orbiter test conductor for permission to reposition some of the switches that are done after the commander and pilot are ingressed into their seats. Those switches are switches that the commander and pilot can't necessarily reach from their seats because they're strapped in, and we don't want to move them before they're strapped in, so they get done afterwards.
Okay, just heads up here. They're going to be looking for step 590 here shortly. Just a heads up for you.
Thank you very much.
I gather you can't touch a switch of any kind on the orbiter without them being able to see in the firing room here that they've touched it.
That's pretty much the way it is. There's very, very few that are not monitored, and those are probably not critical switches. But yeah, the between Houston and the firing room here at KSC, just about all the systems are monitored, and you'd be able to tell if a switch got bumped or a circuit breaker was opened.
OTC post ingress switch reconfig is complete. And we're going to move right into the caution and warning volume adjust. The alarm volume will now be adjusted using parameter 99.
Copy. ISL?
ISL copies.
That call by Mike Good was to let folks know in the firing room here that they're going to trip the master alarm in the crew module just so that the pilot and commander can make sure that they can hear those alarms, and if not, we can adjust the volumes. But yeah, just a precaution that to somebody here in the firing room that the master alarm is going off and that it's just a test.
OTC, so I say.
Go ahead, too.
I can give you 595 through 598.
Copy.
OTCF, the caution and warning volume adjust is complete.
Copy. ISL 594.
Copy that.
OTC, CGNC.
GNC.
Verify step 622.
Copy. CGSS OTC.
What's CGSS?
You verify 611 at this time?
$611. 1 second. My apologies, I verified 611.
Thank you.
George, this is another flight deck view that we've got. Mike's moved the camera now to the forward glare shield. So we're looking aft now on the flight deck toward the aft windows that Mike's going to stand on there. So for orientation purposes, that's where we are. And you can see Pat Forrester there climbing through the interdeck access across the MS2 seat, and he'll take his place behind Brew in the MS1 seat. So this is a real good view of the flight deck with CJ on the right, Brew on the left, and then Pat there below Brew in the MS1 seat. He's being strapped in by number 3 there, George Birdingham. And meanwhile, Mike Good will head to the mid-deck and do the communications checks with the mid-deck personnel.
GNC 635 will give you for the clock.
Copy.
CSCP OTC. CSCP OTC.
FCP.
We'll give you 636 for the clock. We'll get a QC on 153 with you.
Copy.
QC, copy that?
QC copy 153.
OTC, NS3, com check.
Copy, com check, loud and clear. Good evening.
Got you loud and clear. Good evening, Teresa. MTD, MS3, com check.
MS3, this is MTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Danny.
Got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Steve. Houston, MS3, com check.
MS3, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Daniel.
Got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Tony.
George, the sounds like Danny Olivas, MS3, just finished his comm checks with OTC, NTD, and back in Houston. Sounded like everybody heard him loud and clear, so his comm gear is working properly. And one of the things about these pressure suits, they can get a little bit uncomfortable laying in them and get wrinkles in them and create some spots that you'd like to get out. So you'll see here occasionally the crew members will inflate the suit and fill it with air, help them get any wrinkles out, readjust in their seat, and then release that pressure.
Copy comm check. I have you loud and clear. Good evening.
There's Clay Anderson entering, and he's taking his seat between Jim and Danny. And Jim's doing his communications checks now.
NTD, MS4, comm check.
MS4, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, JR.
Good afternoon, Steve. Got you loud and clear. Houston, MS4, comm check.
MS4, Houston, read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, JR.
Hey, good afternoon, Tony. Got you loud and clear as well.
It looks like Mike Good is down on the middeck now with Mike Thompson helping the crew get strapped in. They're working on Clay right now. Again, the seats that they're in, George, are removable seats. And after MECO and in a post-insertion timeline, those seats will be broken down and stowed in various positions around the middeck and allow that that floor space, that volume to be used for other activities.
So does that include the seats on the flight deck as well? All the seats come out?
The two aft seats on the flight deck are removable. The commander and pilot seats are permanent, but those two aft seats that we see in this view, those will be removed and stowed as well. So that volume of that floor space will be available for flying from the aft flight deck and operating the robotic arm and any other activities, photography that we do from back there. You can see they're placing the parachute into the MS2 seat, getting ready for Steve to come on board.
And this is the flight engineer's position, is that right? The one that's right there in the center.
Back in the white room, Steve Swanson there. Swanee's getting his final checks. George has come out of the vehicle and is going through.
MS1, comm check.
Copy comm check. I have you loud and clear. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Teresa. I got you loud and clear also.
And there's Steve Swanson entering. He's the last crew member to enter today, so we've got all 7 on board.
NTD, MS1, comm check.
And MS1, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Pat.
And I've got you loud and clear also, Steve. Thanks.
OTC, OVCC.
Go OVCC.
MS2 is board at 1658.
Houston, MS1, com check.
MS1, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Pat.
And I've got you loud and clear also, Tony. Good afternoon.
And there's final communications checks by Pat Forrester, our MS1. And Swanee's now in the MS2 seat. And you can see the camera looking down at him right now.
Verified. Copy.
Steve is the MS2 or flight engineer, and he'll be assisting CJ and Brew with the nominal procedures going during the ascent and also on entry. And he's responsible for keeping track of all the nominal timeline operations and the checklists and making sure that everything's followed. Steve was hired in about 1987 to work on the shuttle training airplane and flew those for a number of years before he became an astronaut in '98. So he's quite experienced flight engineer. He flew for many, many years on the shuttle training airplane.
For launch and landing, can you be specific about some of the things that the flight engineer does sitting in that center seat?
Sure, he's following along the checklist and making sure that all the steps are completed. He's helping the commander and the pilot monitor the systems for their nominal operations. And in the event of an off-nominal condition, he would assist those crew members, commander and pilot, with the emergency procedures that had to be followed to take care of that procedure. He's tracking things like time to go and helping the commander watch the computer systems and the displays, and helping the pilot monitor the orbital maneuvering system and the main engines.
OTC, CFCP.
Go STP.
I can give you step 16-637, fuel cell purge complete.
Copy.
QC copy.
Looks like Mike Thompson's finishing up with Clay Anderson there on the mid deck. Clay's finishing up his gloves, and then that'll be it for the mid deck. they'll start pulling out all the non-flight items and be ready to close the hatch here real soon. Once the crew is complete with all their individual communications checks, as the astronaut support personnel and the insertion techs are removing all the non-flight items, there'll be one more round of communications checks with the firing room personnel here and also with the Capcom back in Houston to make sure that everybody can talk to everybody. And then the hatch will be closed and be some pressurization checks, and then the closeout crew will leave the pad.
153 then.
And the crew will be out there by themselves in the vehicle.
Copies 153.
TC on air to ground 1. Verify all systems are ready for the crew module closeout at this time. TC, that's step 642.
Copy. OTC COOS.
Go ahead, double S.
I'll verify step 16-638.
Copy. 638.
Looks like Mike Good's back on the mid-deck working with Clay Anderson, so we ought to be able to hear Clay's comm checks here real soon.
OTC, MS5, comm check.
Copy, comm check. I have you loud and clear. Good evening.
I've got you loud and clear as well. Good evening, Teresa. NTD, MS5, comm check.
And then MS5, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Howie.
I have you loud and clear as well, NTD.
And good evening, Clay.
Good evening to you, sir. Houston, MS5, com check.
MS5, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Clay.
I've got you loud and clear as well, Tony. Good afternoon.
We just heard Clay Anderson, MS5, finishing up his comm checks with the OTC NTD in Houston. So I think that's all the mid-deck folks are checked up and ready to go. There's Steve Swanson in the MS2 seat. He's got to do his comm checks, and I think that'll be about it.
So how soon after they're on orbit do they get the payload bay doors open? I mean, is this a priority to get the payload bay doors open as soon as possible?
Yeah, that's correct, George. We want to get the doors open to allow cooling in the vehicle. Pretty soon after MECO, within a post-insertion time frame within the first hour and a half or 2 hours on orbit, we'll get the doors open and allow the Freon loops to flow through the radiators and allow the heat to be rejected to space. Up until that point, the flash evaporator systems.
MS2, com check.
MS2, this is OTC. Copy, comm check, loud and clear. Good evening.
Good evening. I have you loud and clear also, Teresa.
And we're here in MS2, Steve Swanson's comm checks here. As I was saying, the flash evaporator systems are the only cooling that's available until we get the radiators out, the doors open rather.
We're looking at a display of the weather criteria here in the firing room, and right now all 8 of the criteria are green. So that's a very good sign. It's really shaping up pretty much as forecast today.
Yeah, it looks beautiful outside, George. I would keep our fingers crossed that it stays that way.
MS2, com check.
MS2 is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good evening, Swanee.
I have you loud and clear also. Good evening, Steve. Houston, MS2, com check.
MS2 Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Swanning.
Good afternoon, Tony. I have you loud and clear also.
That sounds like Swanning's individual comm checks are complete, and everything is working for him as well. So that's great. 7 to 7 crew members with no hiccups.
Well, it's certainly been a great deal of pleasure having you with us here today, Dex, and I know we're very much looking forward to following your December flight. So thanks very much for coming up and helping us with crew activities, and we'll look forward to your launch.
Well, thanks, George. Thanks for having me, and it's been a pleasure, and it's always nice to come down to the Kennedy Space Center and see some of the great work that gets done down here. And we're real excited about STS-117 and launch today and the upcoming mission, and we're going to follow it closely, and I'm sure it'll be a wonderful one and very successful. Thanks again. Have a great day.
You're quite welcome.
Yes, ma'am. I have 2 steps to bow with you. The first is on page 1072.
OTC ASP, we're ready for the astrocom and air-to-ground checks. The crew's on 1-6 of the ascent checklist.
Copy. And CDR, OTC.
CDR, go ahead.
Verify each member of the flight crew is ready to proceed with the LCC astrocom checks at this time.
The crew is ready to proceed.
Attention all systems on 212. Any conversation heard on 212 during the astrocom checks will be heard by the flight crew. Channel shall remain silent except for emergency calls. Atlantis, during astrocom checks, adjust proper volume control, ICOM A and B, air-to-ground 1 and 2, and air-to-air for comfort. Do not change audio panel switch configuration.
Atlantis, roger.
Atlantis, OTC, air-to-ground 1, comm check.
CDR, loud and clear. VLT. MS1, MS2, MS3, MS4, MS5.
Atlantis, switching to air-to-ground 2 for comm checks. Atlantis, OTC, air-to-ground 2, comm check.
CDR, loud and clear. VLT. MS1, MS2, MS3, MS4, MS5.
Atlantis, switching to ICOM A for comm check. Atlantis, OTC, UHF, com check.
CDR, loud and clear.
BLT. MS1.
MS2.
MS3. MS4. MS5.
Copy, com checks loud and clear, switching back to air to ground 1. And Atlantis, OTC, air to ground 1, com check.
CDR, loud and clear.
BLT.
That should complete all our com checks here for Astrocom channel. CDR.
Okay, thanks a lot, OTC.
Atlantis, Houston, CDR and PLT configure for air to ground 1 com check.
Atlantis configured.
Atlantis, Houston, for the CDR and PLT com check on air to ground 1.
CDR, loud and clear.
BLT. Loud and clear.
We read you loud and clear as well. Configure for air to ground 2.
Atlantis configured.
Atlantis, Houston, for the CDR and PLT com check on air to ground 2.
CDR, loud and clear.
BLT. Loud and clear.
We read you loud and clear as well. Configure for air to air.
Atlantis configured.
Atlantis, Houston, for the CDR and PLT com check on air to air.
CDR, loud and clear.
BLT. Loud and clear.
We read you loud and clear as well. Configure for the SIMO voice check.
Atlantis configured.
Atlantis, Houston, for the entire crew com check.
CDR, loud and clear.
BLT. MS1. MS2. MS3. MS4. MS5.
Atlantis, Houston, we read you all loud and clear. This completes the air-to-ground voice checks.
OTC ASP, all the non-flight items are removed from the crew module. I'm ready to terminate comm between the ASP and the LCC.
Okay, ASP, I have one more step here. As far as panel 019, the TV power switch, did you take that on?
Yeah, actually it was on when I went to take it on, so.
All right.
It's good to go.
And you're ready to leave the crew module at this time?
That's affirmed. I'm going to reconfigure comm and I will disconnect.
Thanks a lot for all your support, sir.
Yeah, great job, Teresa.
OVCC, OTC.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, the ASP is leaving the crew module at this time. Are you ready for 681 at this time?
Stand by 1. OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead, OVCC.
I'm ready to give you 681.
All right, and we're showing about 15 minutes behind there for hatch closure.
Okay. We have a go to start that at this time?
Yes, sir, OVCC. You got to go for step 720. OVCC, OTC.
Copy, ma'am.
Thank you. OTCC, DNC. GNC. I can give you step 734. Copy. GLS OTC, air to ground 1.
This is Shuttle Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 2 minutes and counting. Just received a go for hatch closure for the door, for the crew hatch. And so that operation is now beginning. Alignment of the inertial measurement units is now complete.
GLS copies. Is that an outperform?
An update again on our COLAs, collision avoidance quotients, and there are none.
Yeah, look at step 717. We need to do that this morning. Yes, we do. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you ready for it?
And in the SRB recovery area, the ships are reporting seas 2 to 3 feet right now with easterly winds about 10 knots.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, we are repositioning vent doors.
And the water temperature is 72.
I copy.
And all systems on 1-3.
No issues in work in the countdown that would affect continuing with the count this afternoon.
CVFS OTC.
CVFS.
Yeah, I guess step 701 there. Gave that to the NTD and you guys are ready?
Stand by.
NOTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
We're prepared to close the hatch momentarily. We'd like you to give me a go for that.
And to close out crew reports, they're going to be ready to close the hatch momentarily. Our overseas landing sites report they are still green. So at now T-minus 1 hour and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
OTC CGLS 212.
GLS.
Yes, ma'am. I have 2 steps to buy off with you. The first one starts on page 1072.
Page 1072.
1072, yes, ma'am. I can give you step 603.
Copy. Hang on just one. I'll be right back with you. GLS, what was the other step?
The other step's on page 1106, step 735.
Copy.
Thank you.
And CNC OTC? CNC, go. Yeah. Can you verify 702 at this time? You guys are ready to support that? We're ready. Okay. CNC, you got to go for 702 IMU.
CPVD 719.
Copy 719. Thanks, PVD. CTNC OTC? You go? Yes, you said you did have to perform 702 then at this time.
I guess technically it's not performed.
Okay, that's what we thought. Okay, so we want to take the not perform option there then.
That's affirmed.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 54 minutes 50 seconds and counting. At this point in the countdown, the Mila tracking station at KSC has now switched from low power to high power for liftoff. Once the space shuttle lifts off from the launch pad, the Mila tracking station will provide air-to-ground voice data and telemetry to Mission Control in Houston. During launch, Mila will follow the vehicle for 7 minutes and 15 seconds, at which time coverage will switch to the TDRS East tracking and data relay satellite. At 36 minutes into the mission, coverage will shift to the TDRS Zone of Exclusion satellite over the Indian Ocean, where both TDRS East and TDRS West cannot see coverage until the space shuttle can be acquired by TDRS West 49 minutes after launch. And right now we've just had the direction from the NASA test director to take the Mila tracking station fully to the high power configuration and begin checks. And confirmation Mila is going to high power. During the second and third minute of the flight, the Ponce de Leon inlet tracking station about 30 miles north of Cape Canaveral will become the primary communications link. This is because during about a 1 minute period, the signal back at the Kennedy Space Center is essentially blacked out by the highly reflective plume of the solid rocket boosters. And also, besides the ongoing support of TDRS East and TDRS West throughout the mission, also available to support is a network of tracking stations on the ground that can be called upon at any time during the mission. It's an Air Force system of ground stations around the world that are part of the Department of Defense network of military spacecraft tracking stations, and they're available to support the space shuttle at a moment's notice. A leak check of the crew hatch now that it's closed is the main order of business out of the launch pad. Also, at this point in the countdown, there will be a confirmation that the doors of the vehicle assembly building have been closed for launch as a safety precaution. And also, the solid rocket booster retrieval ships are being moved back to their terminal support point, which is about 7 to 10 miles away from the actual points of impact from the SRBs. We see the shuttle training aircraft departing the shuttle landing facility. Astronaut Steve Lindsay, accompanied by astronaut Mark Polanski, are flying weather reconnaissance in the STA today. Steve Lindsay will be shooting approaches to the runway at the shuttle landing facility to judge the visibility and assess the wind conditions, and also take a look at the local weather conditions around the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral and off to the west of KSC. Lindsay is passing his observation to astronaut Dom Gorey here in firing room 4. and to Mission Control in Houston. All of the standard weather observations and forecasting normally performed before launch are being performed today. The final phase of forecasting began yesterday with a series of balloon releases. In the last 24 hours leading up to launch, up to 24 weather balloons of different types are scheduled to be released. Today, a total of 9 Raywinson balloons were released, which collect data on temperature, humidity, wind speed and direction, and barometric pressure up to about 100,000 feet. And also 6 gem spheres are released. These are intended to provide very highly accurate data on the wind speed and direction up to about 60,000 feet. This data is reduced down and very late in the countdown and allows the flight dynamics officer to select the proper computer program that will allow the Space Shuttle's onboard computers to respond properly to the wind conditions as it climbs through the lower atmosphere. And the solid rocket booster retrieval ships from approximately 140 miles downrange are relaying conditions in the SRB impact area, and there are 2 fully instrumented weather buoys offshore relaying data to the Cape Canaveral forecast facility every hour. These are located offshore from Cape Canaveral about 20 nautical miles, and another one about 110 nautical miles. The solid rocket booster retrieval ships Liberty and Freedom departed from Cape Canaveral about noon yesterday, and their location, as we mentioned, is about 140 miles northeast of Cape Canaveral off the coast of Jacksonville.
That's there now.
And they are expected to return to Cape Canaveral between 2 and 4 p.m. on Sunday.
761. Copy.
The solid rocket boosters will then be removed from the water and washed down, and then there will be a complete inspection of them beginning on Monday, and they will eventually be disassembled into their individual segments for more thorough inspection.
And CCME, they've got to go to pick up on 761 at this time.
Heading over to 128.
BPS OTC,
BPS.
you ready for step 825 per the clock?
Yes, we're ready.
All right.
And
OTC on your net?
Oh, we'll do it right here.
All right. Go ahead, OVCC.
Ma'am, I'd like to give you 728 and 27.200.
I copy that.
And with your concurrence, we'd like to press on with cabin leak checks.
You got to go. You got to go for that.
Copy.
And CDR and ECL, stand by to perform cabin leak checks. Master alarm and light will come on as a function of high cabin pressure. CDR, please notify ECL of cabin pressure master alarm. Cabin klaxon master alarm will also sound due to high cabin decay rate during cap installation. And you got to go to reset the master alarm then, CDR.
CDR, roger.
ECL copy.
ECL copies.
And CDR, you got to go to perform your cabin leak check per your checklist.
OTC, CDR, cabin leak check and work.
OTC to CCL.
Go.
We're ready for step 732.
Gotta go, ECL.
CCL copies.
OTC CDR, the cabin leak check steps are complete.
Copy, CDR.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's the first step up there, the top for L2 panels complete.
Copy.
OTC, CCME back from 128.
Copy, CCME.
OTC CGLS 212.
Go ahead, GLS.
Yes, ma'am. I can give you steps 814 through 819 with the fill-in on 816 as listed.
This is Shuttle Launch Control, T-minus 43 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. Shuttle Weather Officer Kathy Winters has briefed Launch Director Mike Leinbach once again and conveyed that there are really no concerns from her perspective. She's not quite willing to go zero on the launch criteria violation probabilities, but it's close, and we'll be looking for whatever information the weather reconnaissance aircraft can pass back along the chain. But right now, Mike Leinbach felt like we have a beautiful evening to launch the Space Shuttle. At this time, we're getting ready to do the crew cabin leak checks, as you heard. And no other significant issues or concerns in work in the countdown at this time. At T-minus 42 minutes, 23 seconds and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
OTC, this is ECL on 212.
Go, ECL.
Yeah, I'd like to request a CDR for panel 01 reading.
CDR?
OTC CDR, we haven't seen the 01 meter move just yet.
ECL, did you copy that?
That's a negative. ECL did not copy.
Said he saw no movement yet.
ECL would like a cabin pressure reading, please, on panel 01.
Okay, it's just a shade under 15 decimal zero. Looks like about 14.8. We haven't felt any increase in our ears yet either.
Copy that. OTC, this is ECL 212.
So ECL.
I want to give you a heads up that we're going to start pressurizing and get a master alarm and a klaxon.
CDR copy.
CDR, roger. OTC, CDR, we got the master alarm and the cabin atmosphere light on S7.
Copy that. They got that alarm.
ECL copy.
OVCC, OTC, air to ground 1.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So we'll give you a go at this time to go ahead and start closing out the white room.
Copy.
CDR OTC.
OTC, CDR.
Perform pass BFS transition per your checklist.
Good, it's in work.
Step 860 QC. Copy.
OTC DPS.
DPS.
Yes, did you call out the BFS transfer prep or transition?
The transfer prep is what I was looking for.
Okay. Copy.
Then we'll be looking for 865 from you when he completes that.
OTC, CDR, BFS transfer prep's complete.
Copy, CDR. CDR OTC, perform ohms GN2 pressurization per your checklist.
OTC, CDR, ohms GN2 press and work.
And PLT OTC.
OTC, PLT, go ahead.
Perform water spray boiler GN2 supply activation per your checklist.
Water spray boiler GN2 supply activation and work.
OTC, CDR, we got the ohms GN2 press and PLT reports, water spray boiler GN2 activation complete.
Copy, CDR. DPS OTC, ready ground 1.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 28 minutes 30 seconds and counting. Launch Director Mike Leinbach, in conversing with Houston Flight, have reached a consensus that there is no reason not to go for the sweet spot in the middle of the launch window, no reason to go earlier or later, and so the preferred launch time for tonight will be 7:38:04. Right now, talking with our senior management team is Bill Parsons, our director of the Kennedy Space Center.
OTC PVD.
PVD.
Yeah, you gave kickoff step 16-859 on closing out the white room, and there's a deed in the 100 book for us to reduce our cabin purge flow rate.
And once again, our launch time tonight is 7:38:04.
And OVCC OTC.
I copied that.
And OTC, this is EPD on 212.
Go ahead, you ready for step 884?
Yes, I am.
You got to go.
Thanks.
It's our shuttle training aircraft doing weather reconnaissance tonight with astronaut Steve Lindsay. And he is continuing to report to Dom Gorey here in the firing room and also back to the Spaceflight Meteorology Group in Houston, the conditions that he is observing. Right now, Spaceflight Meteorology Group in Houston is reporting that we have at least one good solid TAL site this evening. And weather for return to launch site, if that's necessary, is also go. A pre-flight software check at the Space Shuttle's master events controller, called a byte check, has now been completed. The main engine controller relieves commands from the orbiter's computers to fire the explosive charges to the solid rocket booster hold-down bolts at launch, and then to separate the twin solid rocket boosters in flight. Also, the orbital maneuvering system gaseous nitrogen tanks have been pressurized for launch at this point. The gaseous nitrogen is used to operate the valves, allowing the hypergolic propellants to flow into the orbital maneuvering system engines during the flight.
GLS OTC, can you give us 891?
Yes, ma'am. I can give you 891. GLS limit change for BRS is complete.
Copy. And CDR OTC?
OTC CDR, go ahead.
Ready to pick up with the SIMO voice checks at this time?
Ready to go.
Atlantis, Houston, for the entire crew, comm check.
CDR, loud and clear.
PLT. MS1. MS2. MS3. MS4. MS5.
Atlantis, Houston, we read you all loud and clear. On page 1-10, your new KSC altimeter setting is 30.04.
Copy, Houston, that's altimeter setting 30.04.
Good read back, Atlantis. your next update is on flipbook page 2-4.
Ready on flipbook 2-4.
Atlantis, I have 3 updates. Press to ATO is 11.6. Press to MECO 15.0. And single engine press 18.1.
OTC CDR, we got the klaxon, and we still got the F7 cabin atmosphere light.
Copy. ECL copy?
ECL copy.
Houston, Atlantis, we copy. Press to ATO 11.6. Press to MECO 15.0. Single engine press 18.1.
That's a good readback, Atlantis. Your next update is on flipbook page 2-5.
Ready on 2-5, Tony.
Okay, your throttle bucket updates. Checking PC down to 72% will be Mach 0.69. And checking PC up to 104% will be 1.12 Mach.
Okay, we copy Houston. PC to 72 will be at Mach 0.69. PC to 104 will be 1.12 Mach.
Good readback, Atlantis. Your next update is on flipbook page 2-6.
Ready on page 2-6 of the flipbook.
Atlantis, planar window number 1, nominal ohms 2 HT, 91.2, and NOCOM ohms 2 HP, 85, and both in planar window 2 are NA.
Standing by now to go into the 20-minute built-in hold in 2, 1, T-minus 20 minutes and holding for 10 minutes.
For planar window number 1, nominal ohms 2 HT, 91.2, and NOCOM ohms 2 HP, 85, and NA for planar window number 2.
That's a good copy, and your next update's on 2-7.
Go ahead on 2-7.
Okay, your updates to post nominal ohms assist, percent ohms per side, 6.7, and dump time 2:50.
Okay, we copy post ohms nominal assist 6.7 and dump time 2:50.
Good readback, Atlantis. Your next update is on page 8-7 of the ascent checklist.
SP's with NTD.
Go ahead on 8-7, Houston.
Okay, Atlantis, it's all in the lower left. Your max rates in first stage, roll 1 degree per second at 50 seconds, pitch 1 degree per second at 70 seconds, yaw less than 1 degree per second, and your trajectory lofting in second stage is none.
Okay, Houston, the roll is 1 degree per second at 50 seconds. Pitch is 1 degree per second at 70 seconds. Yaw is less than 1 degree per second, and the trajectory lofting in second stage is none.
Good readback, Atlantis. This completes your ascent checklist updates.
Thanks a lot, Houston.
And all systems, this OTC on air to ground 1. Verify software programs activated. Only report if you have a discrepancy. That's 925 QC.
QC copy. OTC, this is Swanson.
OCOC.
Yes, ma'am. We show the speed brake thrust controller for the commander and the pilot. Needs to be zeroed. I'd like to go ahead and have that done if we could. Pull forward.
All right. CDR and PLT, copy that?
We copy OTC, and they're both full forward now.
And we copy that, thanks.
Six minutes remaining in this built-in hold. We have two long-range optical trackers supporting today. One on the north end of Cape Canaveral National Seashore on the Kennedy Space Center, and another long-range tracker south of the Cape down at Patrick Air Force Base. And in addition, a 50-foot C-band radar working together with two X-band radars offshore that collectively will be able to spot any debris that should come off of Space Shuttle Atlantis during ascent.
NDD FCO on RIS 212. FCO. Right. Check loud and clear. Copy, got you loud and clear, FCO. CHGG, CGSS, and JBFX. Verify active on 212 and monitor channel 232 for remainder route count. CHGD.
HDD verifies.
CGSS. CGSS verifies. And JBFX. BFX entity and 212. JBFX. Copy, verify step 966. We verify. OTC in Houston. Disregard.
CGSS OTC.
That's CGSS.
Give you step 987 at this time. Start your second HCU pump.
Copy that. OTC, CCL 212.
Joey Seal.
I can give you step 16-820 now.
Copy.
3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this planned built-in hold. The sound suppression water system tank at the launch pad has been topped off.
That didn't work, ma'am.
Copy 821. STM entity. Services. Step 821, pressurization and integrity check complete. Copy.
The crew cabin pressurization check has now been successfully completed.
20-minute briefing. Our launch window for today opens at 23:38:04 GMT, closes at 23:41:22 GMT. Lock strain back hold time is 2 minutes, 8 seconds based on engine performance. The launch window and LO2 drainback hold times will be updated and provided to the test team during the T-minus 9-minute hold. There are no cutouts or COLAs for today's opportunity. DLT at T-minus 5 minutes. Perform APU start upon command of OTC only.
DLT copies.
CDR. The pad egress system is in nominal configuration. Evacuation helipad is number 2.
Copy, NTD, helipad 2.
The firing room launch team. After T-minus 20 minutes, all problems of transit require a countdown clock hold will be reported to the NTD on channel 212 together with a recommendation. For all manual holds after T-minus 5 minutes, the countdown clock will continue until T-minus 31 seconds unless the recommendation to hold at the next milestone is necessary. After T-minus 31 seconds, only cutoff is available and will result in a recycle to T-minus 20 minutes. For a cutoff, the pro words CGLS, give cutoff, will be used. GLS milestones are as listed. That concludes the T-minus 20-minute briefing. And the countdown clock will resume shortly at 22:32 GMT.
OTC CDR cabin vent redundancy config was complete.
Copy, ECL copy 824.
ECL copies 824.
And attention on the net. All console operators discontinue LDB commands and reads during pass ops transition.
HCD OTC.
HTD.
You copy step 853 here.
I copy. OTC CGNC.
GNC.
979 and 980 are complete.
Copy, DPS.
Picking up the count in 30 seconds.
DPS OTC, air to ground 1.
DPS.
Copy, 980 to you.
Copy.
Picking up the count in 10 seconds.
Countdown clock will resume on my mark.
4, 3, 2, 1. T-minus 20 minutes and counting.
20 minutes and counting.
NTD STM.
Right, STM.
Yes, sir. Step 912.
Stand by. Stand there.
Okay, can I have 912?
I'll give you 912.
Copy 912, thank you.
Once we come out of the built-in hold at T-minus 9 minutes, the ground launch sequencer will be controlling. That's the computer here in the firing room. All events will be done by the ground launch sequencer. And the ground launch sequencer hands off to Atlantis' onboard computers at T-minus 31 seconds.
DPS.
Our pass ops transition is complete. DPS is ready for BFS transition to Ops 101.
Copy. CDR, clear pass fault sum and take BFS to Ops 1 per your checklist.
CDR copies will clear the pass fault sum and then take BFS to Ops 1 for our checklist.
Security Council entity. Security Council Console entity on 212.
The crew now setting up the computers on Atlantis for the primary ascent profile based on the commuter data generated by the upper level balloons.
Copy 843. Ready for 845.
And the closeout crew is now closing out the white room and will be leaving the pad within about the next 10 minutes.
Go ahead.
0.000.
All right. You ready for 846? Give me that.
And TCO VCC?
Go OVCC.
Yeah, step 267 on 27.100. Step 47, excuse me.
OVCC, come back to 132 and we'll take those steps from you. ACL, you ready for 846?
That's firm.
Copy. HCD and NTD, 212.
NTD?
Give you step 846.
Copy 846.
HCD copies.
OTC CDR, the Spec 99 on PROS was performed and the BFS to Ops 1 is complete.
Copy CDR. TLT, OTC.
OTC, PLT, go ahead.
Perform your horizontal situation configuration per your checklist.
OTC, PLT, I'll put that in work.
And CDR, OTC?
OTC CDR.
Yes, sir. You can go ahead and perform your cabin vent valve per your checklist, and you may receive klaxon and master alarms will occur in the next step due to high cabin decay rate. You got to go to reset the alarm.
T-minus 15 minutes and counting. Right now, we are scheduled to confirm that the airspace and the offshore areas out over the ocean are clear for launch. That word will be given to us by the Eastern Range.
Copy 1007. Houston Flight NTD on 212.
NTD Houston Flight 212.
Ready for step 1008. Perform the BSS pre-flight uplink loading.
Okay, we'll put that in work.
OTC CDR cabin vent is complete, bottom of 1-7.
Copy. UCL 852.
Copy that.
The shuttle landing facility has reported that they are ready for a return to launch site, so that occur.
Per your checklist.
CDR, that can work.
The TACAN and the microwave scanning beam landing system and GPS all reported up and running out at the shuttle landing facility.
Now let me kick you off on a couple of steps. Step 867, report when non-essentials have cleared the LDA, and 892, secure the roadblocks for Pad A launch.
OTC CDR config contingency abort, yeah, steering is complete. It's verified there.
Copy CDR. TLT, OTC.
OTC PLT, go ahead.
Form NPS helium reconfiguration.
OTC PLT copies.
OTC, this is EPD on 212.
Go.
I'd like to go for step 1028.
You got to go for that.
Copy.
Houston flight reports that Atlantis is ready to go from their perspective.
And EPD, OTC?
OTC.
Go ahead.
Okay, EPD for fuel cell loads there for 1028. We want to wait till we get a little closer coming out of the 40-minute hold, though. We go into at 9.
OVCC, OVCC.
OTC.
Hang on, OVCC. Go ahead, PLT.
OTC PLT reporting the NPS helium reconfig is complete.
Copy, sir. Go ahead, OVCC.
Yes, ma'am. 27.100, 267-58, and 59.
Copy.
NTD Houston Flight 212.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can give you a 161009. BFS pre-flight uplink load is complete.
Copy 1009. CVFS, NTD.
CVFS copy.
CDOTC?
HPD.
Yeah. Earlier we'd asked you about step 853. We're assuming you're taking the not perform options there since we that's L minus 35 minutes.
That's correct.
Okay.
OTC, OVCC.
Go, OVCC.
Ma'am, we're looking for a go to clear the pad today, AB11 Mobile.
You got to go at this time. Please proceed.
Well, thank you.
Security 10212.
Getting ready now to go into the hold at T-minus 9 minutes in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This will be a 46-minute hold. And at this time, the closeout crew is entering the elevator to leave the launch pad.
NTD STM.
What STM?
Sequence 10, step 23. Let's put in work or hold off.
We'll go now to the Johnson Space Center in Houston to Kyle Herring for a status on Houston flight and their readiness to support the STS-117 launch today.
Thanks, George, and good evening from the Johnson Space Center. This is Mission Control Houston at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. The ascent team has been on console since noon and is led by Flight Director Norm Knight, who's overseeing his second launch this evening. Handling communications with the crew aboard Atlantis is astronaut Tony Antonelli. The flight control team is monitoring all systems aboard the space shuttle along with the launch team at the Kennedy Space Center and should shortly notify the flight director it is ready to support the 28th launch of Atlantis tonight. Down the hall in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, Flight Director Dana Weigel and her team are monitoring station systems as the Expedition 15 crew watch the launch activities on board. The ascent team has spent the majority of the day evaluating the weather conditions at the launch site in the event of an emergency return to the shuttle landing facility. The team also evaluates weather at the contingency runways in Spain and France. Presently, the conditions are favorable to support an overseas landing if one becomes necessary during the launch phase. The current primary transoceanic abort landing site is Zaragoza in Spain, with Istres-les-Toubs in France available if necessary. Once Atlantis lifts off and clears the launch tower, its onboard guidance system will maneuver the orbiter to a heads-down position that puts it on the proper course and trajectory to achieve the desired orbit. At main engine cutoff, Atlantis will be in a 137 by 36 statute mile orbit. About 30 minutes later, that orbit will be refined using the orbital maneuvering system engines on the tail of the orbiter, placing Atlantis in a 140 by 98 statute mile altitude for on-orbit operations. The launch itself actually serves as the first in a series of rendezvous burns designed to allow Atlantis to catch up with the International Space Station, and docking is scheduled for about 3:36 Eastern Time Sunday afternoon. At launch time, the International Space Station will be 220 statute miles above the southern Indian Ocean, southwest of Australia. About 30 seconds into the flight, the three main engines will be throttled back to lessen the effects of the dense lower atmosphere on the orbiter. Less than a minute later, the shuttle will accelerate rapidly, reaching a speed of nearly 3,700 miles per hour at the point where the twin solid rocket boosters burn out and separate at 2 minutes 5 seconds. Once in orbit, Atlantis' three main engines will be shut down at the 8.5-minute point, followed just a few seconds later by the separation of the large external fuel tank. All continues to go smoothly here in Mission Control, with the flight control team standing by to take over control of Atlantis and the STS-117 mission at solid rocket booster ignition. So with that, George, we'll toss it back to you in the Kennedy Space Center for the remainder of Atlantis' hold and into the count at T-minus 9 minutes in holding. This is Mission Control Houston.
STM NTD.
STM.
Give you step 1024, deactivate the pad OISD.
Copy.
And EPD and SDP, you got to go for 1038 at this time. See we need somebody over on their net.
SDP copy.
42 minutes remaining in this built-in hold, and we have just gone red for TAL weather, overseas weather, due to showers in the Zaragoza area.
45, depletion sensor command removal.
Copy.
And there's fog at Istres, so they're looking the situation over to see what our options are, but at the moment we are no-go due to TAL weather.
1045.
Copy 1045.
So the launch director is beginning to strategize with his team on how we'll handle this, and we want to give Houston Flight as much time as we can to try to find observable go conditions overseas. So there's a chance that we could pick up the count at T-minus 9 and go down to T-minus 9 and down to T-minus 5 and hold. But we wouldn't have much time there to hold. So right now everything for Atlantis is go, and our local weather is go, but we are no-go at the overseas landing sites.
Questioning about step 1026. Has that been completed?
Not yet.
Copy that.
NTD.
NTD STM.
Go ahead.
Give you 1036.
1036, copy. SD is deactivated. GOIS NTD.
This is GOIS, go ahead.
And do you have the fill-in for 1054?
Yes, sir. Are you ready for the fill-in?
I am.
Okay, all cameras are up and operational at this time. The long range north is 8. Long range south is 7. Medium range north is 6. Medium range south is 6. Medium range west is 6. And short range is 6.
Copy. 8, 7, 6, 6, 6, and 6.
That is affirmed.
CFTC, do you copy?
And CDR OTC, at your convenience, we're looking for a cabin pressurization reading per your checklist.
OTC, CDR, we're showing about 14.7 on the 01 meter, 14.77 on system 1.
We're seeing the closeout crew go back to the fallback area.
Copy, CDR.
The console NTD.
That means the blast danger area is now clear.
11 on video.
Copy that, sir. We're waiting for confirmation.
That camera 80 should do that.
And CDR, you got to go to close your cabin vent valves per your checklist.
CDR on work.
OTC CMPS.
MPS.
Sim command removal complete, 1072.
Safety console NTD.
Safety.
Looking for step 1022.
And we got 893.
Security Council entity.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you verify 893 all non-essentials are clear of the LDA?
Yes, sir, I can give you completion on that step.
Copy. Safety, I'll give you 893.
Safety copied 893 and you can have 1022.
Copy 1022. And STM entity?
This STM.
Terminate video tracking for step 1023.
Copy 1023.
OTC needs you. Disregard.
And NTD OTC give you 1072.
Copy 1072. CBC entity? CBC entity. Step 1072. Depletion center command. Removal complete.
Council, go ahead, Battalion 2.
TBC entity.
STBC, I didn't copy.
Step 1072. Depletion center command removal complete.
Copy.
MTD STM?
Right.
I just want to verify that...
MTD SRO on 212. Stand by SRO.
We talked with LRD and just wanted to make sure it was brought to your attention as well.
Okay, say again, what's the issue?
With the TAC and transponder swap from 1 to 2, and we're going to stay with 2.
We're staying with 2.
That's firm. And we had briefed LRD and we didn't know if he had talked to you about it.
Copy, thank you. SP entity?
NTD SP is with you.
But did you copy we're on transponder 2?
Copy transponder 2.
And do you need to discuss that with anybody, or are you all right?
Oh no, we should probably get the folks over to 161 and let's go understand about why we saw the swap.
Copy that. And LRD entity? Or STM entity?
This is STM.
I will need an FTAC on 161.
Copy FTAC 161.
Thank you. SRO entity?
Entity is SRO on 212.
I can give you step 1026. KSC area is cleared for launch.
Copy 1026, clear for launch, and I have an instrumentation status update for you when you're ready to copy.
Ready now.
The link DMV 1 at JDMTA is currently PMC not committed. It appears that they experienced outages from the microwave to JDMTA. So this is going to drive the remaining links to JDMTA to be mandatory, as well as the capability of JDMTA command. At this time, we're expecting an update at 2330 Zulu, and we remain go for launch.
Copy, go. Thank you.
OTC CDR, close that valves is complete.
Copy CDR. ECL OTC, can you verify 907 at this time?
ECL to verify that.
And Houston flight entity?
And all systems on Air Ground 1, discontinue all non-mandatory LDB traffic for remainder of count. 1037.
NTD SP 212.
SP?
Okay, I need flight nav aids over on 161, please.
Copy, nav aids on 161. And OTC entity?
CNSC copies.
Thank you, CNSC. Houston flight entity? and attention on the net. All personnel, OTC, TBC, PTC, LPS, MILA, STM, Safety Console, SPE, LRD, SRO, CDR, and CGLS. Our final launch window opening today will be 23:38:04 GMT, and we'll close at 23:41:22 GMT. Our LOX drainback hold time is 2 minutes, 8 seconds based on engine performance. OTC?
TC copies.
TBC?
TBC copies.
PTC?
PTC copies.
LPS?
LPS copies.
MILA?
MILA copies.
STM?
STM copies.
Safety Console?
Safety console copies.
SPE?
SPE copies.
LRD?
LRD copies.
SRO? SRO NTD?
SRO.
Did you copy?
Copy.
CDR?
CDR copies.
And CGLS?
GLS copies.
And CGLS, set the countdown clock to resume at 23:29:04.
GLS copies, and that's complete. You have a pending resume for 23:29:04 GMT.
Copy, thank you. The 55 is complete. Houston Flight NTD.
NTD Houston Flight 212.
Are we going to need either of our...
26 minutes remaining in this planned built-in hold. A lot of discussion about the overseas weather.
On board.
And
give me a go for that. We're going to
ISTRIS has now met the criteria for a go forecast for launch. They've taken the chance for fog out of the forecast. Zaragoza right now is still forecast no-go. There's a slight chance that they might squeeze a go out of it by the time we get to launch, but at this time we do have one TAL site available to us, which will keep us on track for an on-time launch.
We'd like you to select ISTRIS, Site 29, and I have the wind,
so our
weather, and touchdown.
TAL site that we'll be using today is ISTRIS, France.
Okay, on spec 50, we'll select ISTRIS, Site 29, ready to copy the weather.
Okay, CJ, the weather is going to be few at 25,000, 7 miles viz. The winds 140 at 2, peaking to 3, which breaks down to 3 tail and 1 right. There'll be a right overhead, nom, have you touching down 2,500 feet at 205. Your speed brake setting is 16%, and the altimeter there is 30.07.
Okay, Houston, now we copy all and 30.07.
That's a good copy, and that's the only update we have for you.
Okay, and just verify, Tony, we're still going to be on KSC-15 for RTLS.
Hey, thanks for double checking. That's affirmative. Still KSC-15.
Okay, and MLS channel 8 is set then.
And we copy. Thanks.
Houston Flight Entity.
Entity Houston Flight 212.
Take it we can call 1073 complete.
Entity Houston Flight, that's affirmative. 1073 is complete.
Copy, thank you.
CDSD?
SD?
Yes, IPR 144. Just wanted to go ahead, since we're still running around getting signatures, I just wanted to go ahead and invoke the OP USA 4741, which allows myself at this point in time to go ahead and dispo open constraints. That one is really a no constraint to launch and paper to follow via the OAS, and to go ahead and let the CMQC know that at this time that they can go ahead and log that constraint is no longer a constraint, that we are trying to follow that up with paper at this time, but due to where we are in the count, that we may not be able to go dot the I's and cross the T's and get all the signatures, but that's just paper only at this point in time. But we will follow up with the appropriate paperwork after launch.
And I copy and concur. CMQC NTD.
And QC copies.
Right, we'll pull IPR 144 as a no constraint, and given that one, I understand our constraints list is now clear.
Constraints list is now clear.
Thank you very much.
TOTC.
OTC, PLT, go ahead.
Clear hardware caution and warning memory, and verify no unexpected errors.
OTC, PLT, we'll put that in work.
MS1, OTC.
Okay, go ahead for MS1.
Have a go to activate V10 recorder.
In work. OTC, PLT, the hardware caution warning memory has been cleared.
Copy, PLT.
OTC, PVD.
Go, PVD.
I can give you step 1077, and 1074 was not performed.
Copy. Thank you.
SPE entity. That's NTD, and I guess I'll need CNSE as well.
CNSE, Chair.
Yeah, and then we'll need Steve just to make sure we got the ground nav aids folks as well. Mr. Curiosity should be with us. I'm with you.
Okay, and CNSE entity?
CNSE.
Could you give us a description of your problem and your resolution?
Yeah, at 222700, we lost all three TAC-in signals. And again, at 223525, we lost all three TAC-in signals. And that's indicative of a ground station failure. After the first drop, we went back channel and verified that the ground station, indeed, they verified it after the second one, actually, but we had gone back station after the first one, back channel, and talked to them, and they verified that they had switched over to transponder 2, and since then they have reset 1, but right now transponder 2 is prime, and we have 3 good TAC-ins, and the vehicle reacted appropriately to loss of signal from ground station.
Okay, so I understand we are on transponder 2. It's up, it's functional, all 3 TAC-ins are operational, and transponder 1 is in hot standby mode at this point?
Confirm.
Okay, are you go to fly in this configuration?
CNSE is go.
PNSPE entity.
NTD-ST with you.
Do you concur with her assessment? Are you go as well?
Yep. From a vehicle point of view, Steve, the TAC-ins are in good shape. We don't completely understand what happened from a ground point of view about why we swapped over, but being on transponder number 2, it's up and healthy. Transponder number 1 is there, ready for a hot swap if we need it. And redundancy from a ground point of view is also available from the Patrick TAC-in and from the Lakeland TAC-in as well. And we did have a conversation with the Houston flight folks, and you can go back and verify with them, but they're in complete concurrence with flying in this configuration.
For that, Houston flight entity.
NTD Houston flight.
Take it you were on this discussion. Do you concur with their assessment?
Absolutely. We're in a good config for launch.
Copy that. We'll have this as a go for launch.
And NTD-ST.
Go ahead, ST.
Okay, we'll definitely need the next vehicle IPR number, Steve, in order to document that we had the switch over. We will upgrade that to a piece of GSE paper, and we'll keep that piece of GSE paper open, allow them to go do some troubleshooting on the system when the time's right.
Copy that. We'll assign this a no constraint to launch. Okay. CMQC NTD. Next IPR, please.
The next IPR number is 117 Victor 0144.
0144, and it'll be a no constraint to launch.
Correction, 0145.
And NTD.
Copy 145. Go ahead, ST.
Let's see. Let's have a little discussion between ourselves and you folks in TPEs, since this is not a vehicle problem. The opportunity is there for us to pick it up straight as a GSE PR, and it might be a good opportunity to take advantage of that.
we can work that a little later, but no issues with that.
Okay, so let's...
we'll give it we can start with an IPR, and then we'll worry about the downgrade later.
And NTD, I think the option is to not have to put our GSE folks through the upgrade process and worry about handling on the constraints list. If we can go ahead and take that as a piece of GSE paper and know that we're going to constrain it to none, we can take care of that real time.
Okay, as long as it's documented.
You bet. It'll be
on the first line. It's not first line GSE, so we're all right.
It is not. Yeah, so as long as us and you and the TPEs agree to that process, I think that would be a little bit more expeditious at this point.
Copy. And TPE, do you concur?
TPE concurs.
All right, we'll go to GSE PR.
TMQC concurs.
Thank you.
Space Shuttle Atlantis, as we see it on the pad there, weighs 4,525,471 pounds. The orbiter by itself weighs 270,469 pounds. That's just 6% of the total overall weight of the space shuttle. And by the time Atlantis lands, it will be down to 199,501 pounds. The external tank on the shuttle weighs just 57,000 pounds when it's empty, but loaded with propellants as it is now, it weighs 1.6 million pounds. Despite the tank's size, the skin covering it is only 1/8 of an inch thick in most areas, and yet it still withstands the more than 6.5 million pounds of thrust at launch. We have just over 2 minutes remaining in this planned built-in hold. We'll be entering the terminal count. At the time of launch this evening, the International Space Station will be located 220 miles above the southern Indian Ocean, southwest of Australia. And a correction, we've got just over 10 minutes remaining in this built-in hold to get down to T-minus 9 minutes.
CHCD.
Go ahead, HCD.
I can give you step 1097, confidence check complete.
Copy.
SRO on 212.
Go ahead, SRO.
I have an instrumentation status update for you.
Go ahead.
TMEV Link 1 has received no further errors and is returning to FMC status. This is going to remove the additional mandatory for Link 2 to JD command, and it's going to return us to the original mandatory of JD capability.
Copy, fully mission capable. Thank you.
And we are OpTap green to request your status.
We are green.
Copy that.
CISL, JRPS, and Houston flight. Perform the L-minus 15-minute recorder activation. ISL?
ISL copies.
RPS?
CRPS copies.
Houston flight.
Houston flight copies. We'll put it in work.
And attention on the net. This is the NTD conducting the launch status check. All personnel verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC?
OTC go.
TBC? PTC?
TBC go. And TBC go.
LPS?
LPS go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
Mila?
Mila is go.
STM?
STM is go.
Safety console?
Safety consoles go.
SPE?
SPs go.
LRD? LRDs go. SRO?
SROs go. You have range clear to launch.
And CDR?
Atlantis is go.
Copy Atlantis. Launch Director NTD?
Launch Director?
Launch team is ready to proceed.
Copy, Steve. Thank you. Processing Chief Engineer. Verify no constraints to launch.
Engineer team is go, Mike.
Thank you, Charlie. KC Safety and Mission Assurance.
We're go, Mike.
Thank you, Lana. Payload Launch Manager.
The KSE Space Station team and the STS-4 trucks are go, Mike.
Copy. Thanks, Norm. Range weather.
Weather is no constraints for launch.
Thank you, Kathy, and Ops Manager. Launch Director, Ops Manager, Mike DMMT is not working any issues. You are go to launch. Copy, Leroy. Thank you. Atlantis, Launch Director.
Atlantis, go ahead, sir.
Okay, CJ, it took us a little while to get to this point, but the ship's in great shape. It was beautiful weather day for you out there, so good luck and Godspeed. We'll see you back here in about 12 days or so.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the entire crew, I'd like to express our appreciation to the teams for Pad 39 Alpha, ET-124, and the Space Shuttle Atlantis for their dedication and hard work. See you in a couple weeks.
Copy, thank you. NTD, with that, you're clear to launch Atlanta.
Copy, sir. Clear to launch. Attention on the net. The countdown clock will start 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Two minutes remaining in the built-in hold. Istrus remains go for launch. Zaragoza is gradually coming into line, and while currently is observed no-go, it is forecast to be go at the time that it would be needed, so they may become an option as well.
The countdown clock will start in 1 minute, 30 seconds.
NTD ISO.
Go ahead.
Sir, I can give you step 1081.
Copy, recorder activation complete.
1 minute remaining in the hold.
On the net, the countdown clock will pick up momentarily. CGLS, pick up the clock on your mark.
Picking up now in 3, 2, 1, T-minus 9 minutes and counting.
9 minutes and counting.
CLS auto sequence has been initiated.
Ground launch sequencer now controlling the countdown. Over 1,000 parameters will be checked out between now and T-minus 31 seconds. The final pre-launch stored commands are now being loaded aboard, and the pilot is being directed to activate switches to connect the fuel cell essential buses. Next activity.
Atlantis. Mother Nature has taken her shot. Now it's our turn to fly. Have a good one.
Atlantis, roger.
Next activity will be to retract the orbiter access arm.
OTC, PLT, the essential buses are connected to the fuel cells.
Copy.
CLS is go for orbiter access arm retract.
In about 30 seconds, the pilot will be directed to perform the auxiliary power unit pre-start. The APU power unit chart recorders are being activated.
CRPS, start APU display recorders.
CRPS, APU display recorders are running.
TLT, OTC, perform APU pre-start.
OTC, PLT, APU pre-starts in work. OTC, PLT, APU pre-starts complete with 3 gray talkbacks.
Copy.
T-minus 5 minutes and counting.
CLS is go for orbiter APU start.
TLT, OTC, perform APU start.
OTC, PLT, APU start in work.
CDR, reconfigure heaters.
OTC, CDR, heater reconfig complete.
The firing chain is now being activated. Range safety systems are activated. 3 good APUs.
OTC, PLT, APU start is complete. 3 in a high green.
Copy.
T-minus 4 minutes.
CLS is go for code sequence 4.
Steering checks of the 3 main engines are now underway. Main engines now back in the start position. 3 minutes and counting.
CLS is go for ET LO2 pressurization.
Retraction of the gaseous oxygen vent arm upcoming. Cox vent hood.
TLT OTC, clear caution warning memory, verify no unexpected errors.
OTC, PLT, that's in work.
Fuel cells now on internal reactants.
Atlantis, close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow.
Atlantis, roger.
OTC, PLT, the caution warning's been clear. There were no unexpected errors.
Copy.
CLS, go for ET LH2 pressurization.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. Sound suppression water system has been armed. 3 main engines reported ready for ignition. Final check now of the solid rocket booster commanding. "45 seconds and counting. 45 seconds to launch.
ET helium inject, Delta P number 2.
Standing by for the handoff.
CO3. We're go. Copy.
And the handoff has occurred. Ground launch sequencer has handed off to Atlantis' onboard computers. 25 seconds.
Yes, sir. Check up the net. We're going to continue.
Sound suppression water system is activated. 15 seconds and counting.
10 seconds.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7. Main engine start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff of Space Shuttle Atlantis to assemble the framework for the science laboratories of tomorrow.
Houston now controlling.
Houston, Atlantis, roll program.
Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Atlantis' roll maneuver is complete. The orbiter's in a heads down position on course for a 51.6 degree, 137 by 36 statute mile orbit. All systems in good shape. Engines throttling down as Atlantis prepares to maneuver through the area of maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle in the lower atmosphere. Already 7 miles away from the Kennedy Space Center at an altitude of 5 miles.
Houston, Atlantis, go at throttle up.
Copy, Houston, go at throttle up.
1 minute, 10 seconds into the flight, the 3 liquid-fueled engines are back at full throttle. At liftoff, the fully fueled shuttle boosters and external tank weighed 4.5 million pounds. It now has burned half that liftoff weight in propellant. One minute, 30 seconds, all hydraulic systems in good shape. The electricity producing fuel cells also in excellent shape as Atlantis heads downrange, 18 miles from the Kennedy Space Center at an altitude of 18 miles. The next event is burnout and separation of the twin solid rocket boosters, which are burning propellant at a rate of 11,000 pounds per second. SRB separation is confirmed 2 minutes 15 seconds into the flight. Atlantis is traveling 3,000 miles per hour, downrange from the Kennedy Space Center 46 miles, altitude 35 miles. Ignition of the twin orbital maneuvering system engines on the tail of the orbiter, providing an additional boost toward ascent and heading off toward the International Space Station. Two minutes 45 seconds into the flight.
Atlantis, 2-engine TOW.
Copy, 2-engine TOW.
Atlantis can reach Zaragoza, Spain in the event of a single engine failure. However, all 3 engines are continuing to perform as expected. Hydraulic systems in excellent shape, as are the fuel cells producing the electricity for the vehicle. 3 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. Atlantis is 97 miles downrange at an altitude of 51 miles, traveling 6,000 miles per hour. Views from the external tank camera looking down the vehicle. Very quiet here in Mission Control as the flight control team continues to watch over all systems, everything continuing to go very smoothly with Atlantis' voyage to the International Space Station. 3 minutes, 50 seconds into the flight.
Atlantis, negative return.
Roger, negative return.
Atlantis can no longer return to the Kennedy Space Center in the event of an engine failure, but all 3 are continuing to perform well, as are the hydraulic systems and the electricity-producing fuel cells. 4 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. Atlantis is 175 miles downrange from the launch site at an altitude of 62 miles, now traveling 8,000 miles per hour. The twin orbital maneuvering system engines continue to provide an additional boost to Atlantis as it heads toward the International Space Station. That ohms assist should wrap up in the next 15 seconds or so. All continuing to go very smoothly with Atlantis' trip to the International Space Station. On board, Rick Sturckow in the forward left seat, Lee Archambault in the forward right seat, Pat Forrester, the flight engineer, between them. Steve Swanson serving as mission specialist number 2. Clay Anderson on his way to the International Space Station to replace Sonny Williams.
Atlantis, press to ATO.
Copy, Houston, press to ATO.
5 minutes, 30 seconds into the flight. Atlantis can reach orbit on 2 engines now, should one fail. However, all 3 are still performing as planned.
Atlantis, single engine Ops 3.
Copy, single engine Ops 3.
Five minutes, 55 seconds into the flight. Atlantis beginning to roll to a heads-up position, the onboard guidance system putting Atlantis on a trajectory toward the International Space Station.
Atlantis, single engine Zaragoza 104.
Copy, single engine Zaragoza 104.
And that call means that Atlantis can reach Zaragoza in Spain on 1 engine.
Press to MECO.
Copy, Houston, press to MECO.
And that call indicates Atlantis can reach a safe orbit on 2 engines now, all 3 continuing to perform as expected.
Your shutdown plan is nominal. You are go for the plus X, go for the pitch.
Copy, Houston, nominal shutdown, go for the plus X, go for the pitch.
The flow of fuel from the external tank into the 3 Space Shuttle main engines is equal to that of draining an average backyard swimming pool in 25 seconds.
Atlantis, single engine press 104.
Copy, Houston, single engine press.
And that call from Tony Antonelli here in Mission Control indicating Atlantis can reach orbit on one engine now should two fail. All three engines are still performing as expected, approaching 7 minutes, 30 seconds into the flight. Atlantis is traveling 19,000 miles per hour. Downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, 640 miles. Altitude, 64 miles. Awaiting Atlantis' arrival, and with great anticipation, is the Expedition 15 crew. Aboard the International Space Station, Commander Fyodor Yurchikhin, Flight Engineer Oleg Cutoff, and Flight Engineer Sonny Williams, who will come home aboard Atlantis after 6 months in space. Eight minutes into the flight, the engines are now throttling back to maintain the structural limits on the orbiter as it approaches loads near 3 times gravity. We're standing by for the main engine cutoff confirmation from the booster officer here in Mission Control. Main engine cutoff confirmed, 8 minutes 35 seconds into the flight. Separation of the fuel tank has also been confirmed. The crew handheld photography setup will be underway shortly with a plus X maneuver that's managed by the commander on board, Rick Sturko. Atlantis following away. You can see the thruster jets firing as the orbiter is being maneuvered for the handheld photography.
Atlantis, Houston, we show a nominal MECO. OHMS 1 is not required.
Atlantis, roger. OHMS 1 not required.
Mission specialist Pat Forrester will be using a still camera with a 400 millimeter lens on it. Danny Olivas will be using a mini DV camera taking video of the external tank as it falls away from Space Shuttle Atlantis 9 minutes 45 seconds into the flight. Atlantis now in orbit after a very uneventful climb to space with no systems problems that the flight control team discussed whatsoever on the way uphill.
Okay.
Launch Director Mike Leinbach addressing the launch control team.
Getting ready to deploy to Iraq, I believe. So Juan did a great job on the FRCS when we had the blankets that were covering up the vent port and caused an anomaly on 103.
The handheld photography that the crew is conducting as the orbiter falls away from the external tank was actually taking place as the vehicles were separated at a distance of about 1,400 feet or so. The photographs and video that the crew documented will be, or at least the still photographs, will be downlinked to the Mission Control Center so that the imagery experts can begin an analysis of those images along with the electronic still images that were automatically taken from the orbiter's umbilical well camera of the external tank as well. That's a routine procedure on every flight now after ascent, even launches that occur in darkness. It's been determined that thruster firings actually provide some lighting that allows the imagery team to help them in analyzing those photographs to ascertain whether there was any foam loss of any significance off of the external tank. The real imagery details are provided on rendezvous day, 2 days from now on Sunday, when Atlantis makes its final approach to the International Space Station. Associate Administrator of the agency, Rex Jevedon, in the far right portion of the picture. The NASA Test Director Steve Payne being inaugurated into the family, and a tradition is to cut his tie, as you saw there, Mike Leinbach doing the honors.
With APU hide, shut down and work for the checklist 3-3.
That's a good readback, Brew.
Kennedy Space Center Director Bill Parsons, formerly Space Shuttle Program Manager. Approaching 15 minutes mission elapsed time since Atlantis' launch, a smooth launch for Atlantis on its 28th voyage in space, delivering a new truss element to the International Space Station and another pair of solar arrays. Five of Atlantis' crew members, rookies no more. They are in space for the first time. Pilot Lee Archambault, flight engineer Steve Swanson, Danny Olivas, mission specialist number 3, and Clay Anderson, mission specialist number 5. Of course, Sonny Williams, already a space veteran. She'll return home aboard Atlantis after swapping places with Clay Anderson, who is on his way to the International Space Station as her replacement on the Expedition 15 crew. The Atlantis crew members are now in the post-insertion timeline. In that timeline, they will be configuring the orbiter for on-orbit operations.
3-4 of the nominal when you're ready.
Ready on 3-4, Houston.
Okay, on 3-4, tail-only control is not required. We'll take the rest of the page as written. For the OMS 2, the onboard targets are good. We may tweak the TIG, and we are a minute and a half from spreading, so we'll be unable to talk to you in a minute and a half for a minute due to spreading.
Okay, we copy. Tail-only control is not required. We'll do the rest of 3-4 as written, and we'll stand by to see if you need to tweak the TIG.
Good copy.